June. How you doing? Good, good. I'm not complaining. I think we've got the number. Yes. I think I got a little bit too close. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we have a quorum, so if we could move toward the seats, we can get started. And can I turn my volume down just a little bit? I'm booming up here. It's a new microphone. Okay, many of you know that a quorum for town meeting is 100. We have reached that number, at least I've been told we've reached that number. And it has been verified, and if we have more people coming in later, that's fine as well. We're going to go through each article until all the articles have been presented. At this time, I'd like to ask everyone to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Each year we have a moment of silence at the beginning of town meeting to remember all those in our community that we lost since we last met. If I could ask for that moment of silence, please. Thank you. Okay, this meeting is a culmination of many meetings and many hours of hard work by members of the administration, boards, committees, commissions, volunteers. A good number of people have worked hard to get us to where we are now. This is your meeting, and my job is to make sure we go through the articles of the warrant in an orderly fashion, and that debate and discussion is fair and balanced. At this time, I ask if you have not already done so, please silence your mobile phones. I ask that you wait to be recognized before speaking from the floor. And when speaking from the floor, I ask that you please use the microphones that are on either side, on either aisle. While we may not agree on every subject, it is important to remember that we all live in the same community and will continue to do so after this meeting. For those of you that are new to town meeting, there's a good resource put together by the Office of the Secretary of the Commonwealth. It's called Citizens Guide to Town Meetings, and that document is available on the Northborough Town website if you'd like to take a look at it. It explains the different types of town meetings, what they're all about. Are there any people that are new to town meeting here tonight? Welcome to the greatest form of democracy. We have some processes that we go through. If you have any questions about what it is that we're doing or how we're doing it, particularly you newbies, feel free to ask. One of the things that we do is we vote. Each one of you got the yellow card. And for each vote, I ask that you hold the yellow card up high so that if we do need to do a count, the tellers can see that. Let's do a practice vote. All those in favor of yellow cards, please raise. And those opposed? All right, see, every year somebody does that. And the tellers will, what I will ask is we're going to use the tellers. I'll ask when we vote to hold your vote up until you're told by the tellers that you can pull it back down again. Okay? The one other thing that I wanted to cover, because this is a fairly large group meeting, is reminding you where the emergency exits are. And if you will take note toward the front, there are emergency exits over here, and in the back, they're over there. We will be deplaning. Oh, no, wrong speech. I'm sorry. What I'm going to do is go through and talk about the introductions. We have town council here, and that's Attorney David Dineski. We have the Board of Selectmen here with Jeff Amperson as their chair. We have our town administrator, John Kader, and the assistant town administrator, Kimberly Foster. Our town clerk, Andrew Dowd. The Appropriations Committee with the chair of Elaine Kelly. The Financial Planning Committee, and the Northborough School Committee, sitting in the corner being rowdy. At this time, I will turn it over to the Board of Selectmen for their presentations.
Every year we like to recognize folks that have served the town, and this year on Community Affairs we have Pat Griffin, who's 8 years, and we'd ask folks if you're here, if you come down front. So Mrs. Griffin. We have Christine Higgins. Now I can actually read it. For the Community Preservation Committee, Chris Kellogg, 10 years. For the Cultural Council, Urema Galarty Murphy, 3 years. For the Board of Health, Deirdre O'Connor, 11 years. The Historic District Commission, Stephen Anderson, 6 years. The Library Trustees, Jane Clark, 21 years. I do, yeah. For the Library Trustees, James Peeney for 3 years. The Open Space Committee, Charlie Bradley, 10 years. And Robert Mahalik, 4 years. For the Personnel Board, Ann Levinson, 6 years. And for the Registrar Board, Nancy McNamara, 15 years. We also have Police Lieutenant Bill Liver, 39 years serving the town in Northborough. And lastly, we have Police Chief Mark Leahy, 13 years. Chief. Again, I'd just like to, on behalf of the board, thank everybody that contributes to the town one way or the other. It truly is a community effort. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I will read the return of the warrant. It says, "Greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby commanded to warn and notify the legal voters of the town of Northborough to meet at the Algonquin Regional High School, 79 Bartlett Street, in said town on Monday, April..."
Mr. Moderator,
Yes?
I'd like to make a motion that we waive the reading.
You can't waive this one. You can only waive the warrant. You're
Blame
making this
John.
meeting longer than it needs to be. Okay, it says 79 Bartlett Street in said town on Monday, April the 25th day in the year 2016 at 7:30 p.m. to act upon the following articles of the town warrant. Hereof, fail not and make due return of this warrant by your doings thereon to the town clerk at or before the time of the meeting aforesaid, given under our hands at Northborough on Monday, March this 28th day in the year 2016, signed by the members of the Board of Selectmen. And the return of service is also signed by the constable and attested to by the town clerk. At this time, I will read the warrant in its entirety.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
I move that we waive the reading of the warrant in its entirety.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Once again, the motion to not read the warrant has passed. With that being said, we can move into the warrant and move to Article 1.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
I move the town vote to ratify the appointment by the moderator of Jerry Hickman as deputy moderator as provided by Article 2, Section 2-2 of the Northborough Home Rule Charter.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. What this means is Mr. Hickman is one heartbeat away from pulling off the coup and sitting in the hot seat. This has always been a heated debate and discussion each and every year, so I'm sure it will be this year as well. Here's what we're voting on. First of all, any discussion? Any debate? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to ratify the appointment by the moderator of Gerald Hickman as deputy moderator, as provided by Article 2, Section 2-2 of Northborough Home Charter. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed? Mr. Hickman, welcome aboard. Article number 2. Mr. Perot.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to enter into a compensating balance agreement or agreements pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53F.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Do we have a presentation?
Article 2 is an article that appears each year on the annual town meeting warrant. If passed, this would provide the authorization for the town to enter into a compensating balance agreement in order to obtain banking services. A compensating balance is an arrangement by which a town maintains municipal funds on deposit, and under such an arrangement, the earnings retained by the bank on the account balances compensate the bank for the services provided.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 2, please?
I don't believe we voted on that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, discussion, debate on Article 2, please? Yes, if we could go to the microphone, please.
Thank you. How many times has this passed before in previous meetings?
This is basically a housekeeping article. We have it every year on the annual town meeting warrant.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Any other discussion? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 2. I move the town vote to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to enter in a compensating balance agreement or agreements pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53F. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 2 carries. Thank you. Article 3, prior year's bills. Leslie Rutan.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to pass over this article.
Second.
Yeah, very simply, as there are no prior year bills, it would be appropriate to pass this article over.
So we are passing over Article 3, and the motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor of passing over Article 3, please raise your cards. And those opposed? The motion to pass over carries. Article 4, Town Budget. Mr. Pantazis.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to raise and appropriate the transfer from available funds the sum of $21,398,468 from town government, and to meet said appropriations from the following sums available by appropriations be transferred from Cemetery Trust Fund, $5,398, from cemetery sale of lots, $17,000, from debt exclusion reserve, $111,208, debt exclusion premium reserve, $16,978, transfer from Title V reserve, $4,532, from Conservation Commission fees, $5,770, from Fire Emergency Medical Services Revolving Fund, $307,987, from Recreation Revolving Fund, $138,049, from Animal Control Revolving Fund, $27,000, from Medicare Part D subsidiary, $9,659, from PEG Access Cable Related Fund, $365,000, from free cash, $500,000, for a total of $1,580,581, in the sum of $19,889,888. Excuse me. Let me repeat that. $19,889,887 be raised by taxation.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Kadir, please.
I'll stand away from that mic so we don't get too much feedback. Thank you. My intention tonight is to go through an overview of the budget very quickly. I'm going to give you the 11,000 or 10,000 foot view, and then there will be subsequent presentations going through each of the departmental in terms of the schools, Assabet Valley, K-8 schools, and so forth. I'll spare you all the suspense. In terms of all of these budgets, they're essentially level service budgets. There are no major initiatives or programs that are being introduced. There's no major reorganizations or anything along those lines. These budgets that you're going to hear tonight are basically preserving the level of services that you currently enjoy. With regard to revenues in general, we have very modest increases. We're looking at 1.5% increase in state aid, and despite, as you drive around town, you look at the new growth in terms of new economic development, we're still growing, but not at the same rate that we were a few years back when you saw the mall go in Avalon Bay, where we had $92 million in new growth. We're now averaging about $30 million in new growth. The other big thing that is impacting the general fund budget this year is the second phase of the debt for the Lincoln Street School Building Project, which is a little over $14 million. The debt that's hitting this year is about $469,000. So that's coming into play. Otherwise, again, we have basically a level service budget. One thing that we have been working on for the past 18 to 24 months was a comprehensive staffing study on the general government side, specifically police, fire, public safety. So in this budget, we are adding a police officer and a firefighter position mid-year. So they're going to come into play in January. And essentially, we're moving forward with the implementation of the findings from that study. And that was a cross-representational group from Financial Planning, Appropriations, Board of Selectmen, Personnel Board. So this is not anything that is controversial. Everybody is in unanimous support of moving forward with these recommendations. And last but not least, we always talk about when we make decisions on an annual basis, nothing is made in a vacuum. Everything that you're being asked to approve this evening is in fact part of a long-range 5, 10, 20-year look. We have a multitude of financial indicators that all these boards and committees behind me have access to. We spend a great deal of time all the way through the fall looking at all of these things. But you're not asked at any time to make a decision that is going to jeopardize or weaken the town's overall financial condition as we look out into the future. And I think that's important that everybody here understands that that is always the case with every decision. In terms of the general fund operating budget, now this includes the schools, the regional high school, Assabet, as well as the general fund. It's about a $60 million budget. In the warrant, as you look down, you'll see the 4.65% increase. It's a little misleading because what that includes are about $1.8 million in pay-as-you-go capital. These are pieces of equipment and building projects that we are moving forward with that we are not issuing debt for. We're paying for them as we go. In addition, we're adding $200,000 to the town stabilization fund. This is essentially our rainy day fund. If you follow the state budget at all, you know that at one point they were looking at a $1 billion deficit in fiscal 17, and their top priority was still to replenish their rainy day fund. We try to maintain reserves at about 8%. That, for a community our size, that is a sufficient emergency fund, and we need this $200,000 coming from free cash going into that account to maintain our reserves at that level. And then last but not least, this increase includes the debt service for the second phase of Lincoln Street School, which was a voter-approved project. It passed at the ballot at 80%, had unanimous support of all the boards and committees. And anybody who hasn't seen the Lincoln Street School Building Project, it's somewhere around 85+% complete. It's ahead of schedule, it's under budget, and has almost no change orders. That project has gone off about as well as any project you could ask for. In terms of the big picture view, as I said, these are level service budgets. The K-8 schools, the general government, non-school departments are going up 3.5%. Algonquin Regional High School, our assessment, their budget is going up 3.8%, which is a level service budget. The town of Northborough's assessment is going up almost 7%, and it's based solely, almost exclusively on the fact that our enrollment is going up. And when you're in a regional school, the more kids you send, the higher your assessment. Now, the flip side of that, if we look at Assabet Valley's assessment, we are actually decreasing by 13 students. Overall, our assessment for Assabet is going down $180,000. So despite the fact that this is the first year of debt service hitting for their big building project, which is now complete, the net impact is their assessment's actually going down almost $3,000. So again, K-8, Algonquin, Assabet, general government. Level service budgets, nothing wild, nothing crazy happening here, maintaining services. Now in terms of the general government highlights, one thing of note, if you're looking at the warrant, we have not settled any of our union contracts. All those contracts have been budgeted centrally, pending collective bargaining agreements being put in place, and I'll speak in a moment to why that's the case. In terms of overall staffing, I mentioned the police and fire staffing studies. We're adding 2 full-time folks, a police officer and a firefighter. And then we've got a couple of part-time positions in the library and in the Selectman Town Administrator's office that are coming in. So why are we centrally budgeting all of our collective bargaining? Why didn't we settle any of our contracts? It's actually a very positive reason. We were looking at our health insurance increases for fiscal 17, and we saw that they were trending, and the market was trending somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 to 9%. For us, that is a tremendous amount of money. And we have been very, very fortunate because we've worked very closely with our employee groups, and our health insurance costs have been extremely reasonable. So we spent the time negotiating with all the unions to get our insurance, our health insurance costs down. And essentially, every bargaining group, including the teachers, and I thank the superintendent for her help and assistance, they agreed to plan design changes, increased co-pays, deductibles, things of that nature. And we did that. There were no concessions on the part of the municipal organization. They did this because this is how we work in Northborough. In fiscal 10, we did plan design changes that saved over $500,000 when the budgets were in an absolute dire strait. We did that again working with all the employee groups, and we've done that multiple times. So this year, our health insurance increases are 3%, but we spent our time working with the bargaining units on that. We need to turn and get our collective bargaining agreements done. We're not anticipating any significant issues. The bottom line on the health insurance, of all the things that we've done here in Northborough, one of our biggest successes and one of the reasons why we've been able to maintain our level of services in this town is because our health insurance has not outstripped our budget as it has in many other communities. For the past 8 years, on average, our health insurance budget is only going up a little over 2.5%. Prior to that, if you look at the top of this chart right here, they were trending at over 10%. So 10% is about $500,000. As I showed you on a previous slide, when you look at everything that the general government budget has to work with, all of the increase we have, it's about $680,000 roughly. If that health insurance budget goes up 10%, that's going to eat up $500,000 of that. This is why we've been able to provide the services we've been able to do, and it's through working collaboratively with our unions, and it goes back to fiscal 10. And just for those of you, the new folks that haven't been here at town meeting before, we were able to accomplish this by working collaboratively with our employees at a time when you didn't have the legislative tools to make these plan design changes. And Northborough was one of the first communities that was able to do that successfully. Every time these increases look like they're going to be difficult, we go back to the unions and the bargaining groups, and we're able to make these changes. And I'm very proud to stand here tonight and show you this graph, this table rather, 8 years, 2.5%. I'll put that up against any community. Behind me is a slide. I alluded to this at the beginning when I said that everything that we do takes a long-range perspective. I'm not going to get into this. This is our financial trend monitoring. This is essentially our dashboard. If it's green and favorable, it means it's good. If it's red and unfavorable, it's bad. When you look down, these are all the indicators. These are operating position, revenue, expenditure, unfunded liability. These are all the indicators that all the folks behind me are looking at when they take this budget into consideration. And it's a long-term perspective. And if you look at it, so the ones that are red, state aid, we have no control over that. Pension liability, it's unfavorable but improving. It's on a funding plan to be fully funded. There's nothing more for the town of Northborough to do. Our other post-employment liability is unfavorable, but we set up a trust fund. We put $500,000 a year into that. We are on a funding schedule. The fiscal 17 budget includes keeping track, staying on track with that funding plan. And then last but not least, under capital assets, pavement management, we went through an entire analysis of our roads. Every single road was evaluated, and we had a funding plan that we put in place last year. You're going to hear under the capital presentation, the state walked away from their share of Chapter 90 roadway transportation funds, and one of the things we're looking to do here tonight is use available funds to back patch that so that we can stay on track with our pavement management plan. If all this is approved, 20% of the roads in Northborough will be touched in some way, crack sealing, overlay, or being rebuilt. And this will be the second year of that plan. So I anticipate that we've taken actions, corrective actions. I anticipate that'll be turning around. Otherwise, in the big picture, in the long picture, we're taking care of our infrastructure, we're taking care of our equipment, we're taking care of our unfunded long-term liabilities. Nothing that we're giving you today in terms of this fiscal 17 budget is going to compromise our long-term financial condition or integrity. And that's very important because it's very easy to look at other towns and other people, municipalities, and the way they manage themselves. And I'm not going to name names, but there are no one-time gimmicks here. We follow very clear, formally adopted financial principles, and that's how we operate with a long-term perspective. Everybody wants to know what the tax impact is going to be. This year, fiscal 17, we're looking at about a $272 tax increase, and that's based on an average single-family home valued about $398,000. Keeping in mind that Lincoln Street, the second phase of Lincoln Street, is about $55 of that. So it's about a $217 increase that's going to fund the K-8 schools, the general government, ASABIT. One disclaimer I always put in here is this is independent of any market increases. One of the things that we benefited from over the years was, it doesn't look like this when you see for most of us, our primary asset declining in value. When the housing bubble popped, at one time, the average single-family home was valued at $432,000. It dipped all the way down, and it's recovered. It dropped 13%. It's recovered about 6%. So is it going to go and recover that other half, 6, 7%? I don't know, but right now, Northborough is a very desirable community, and if you're in the real estate market, I'm looking at the chief who just moved here or is trying to move here from New Hampshire. He can't quite seem to find a house. Anybody that's got a good deal on a house, he'd love to talk to you after town meeting. If you're putting your house on the market, you know it's going quickly and it's going over asking value. And one of the reasons is we are a very desirable community, great services at an affordable price. I mentioned great services, and I want to drive home the fact that we have top-rated schools. I mentioned this last year. We have an accredited police department. If you do need police and fire, if you call for an ambulance, you get a paramedic level service, advanced life support. We have a rec department that's fully self-sufficient, using no tax dollars, that will do 4 times the programming of any surrounding community twice our size. We have a senior center that moved from 1,400 square feet to 14,000 square feet with the same staff. They opened a restaurant that's successful. It's completely self-sufficient based on program fees and revenues. We found other ways other than increasing your taxes to enhance services, and I think that reflects very well on our community. I mentioned the Lincoln Street School. That project was approved 80% at the ballot, unanimous support of all the boards and committees. When we went out to bond, our bond rating got increased to a AA1. That is the highest bond rating in the town's history. 20-year bonds, 2.27%. That's about $800,000 to $900,000 less over the length of that bond than what we had told you folks when you approved the project. Again, that speaks to our financial condition, and it speaks to all aspects of what we do here. And the last thing, I mentioned all of these capital investments. We do, and you'll see when we get to the capital improvement plan, it's going to be about $1.8 million this year in pay-as-you-go capital. This means, just like in your personal lives, if your washing machine or your dishwasher goes, you can choose to put it on the credit card, or if you have the resources, you can pay cash for it. Whenever we can, we pay cash for it. Big projects like Lincoln Street or major acquisitions, you're going to need to bond them. But trucks, equipment, we've put roofs on schools. We've done that on a pay-as-you-go basis. And that's one of the things that the bonding rating agencies has said, is that we are managing ourselves very well. We put the credit card away and we continue to pay off the credit card, and we issue debt for big projects and big projects only. In terms of our taxes, I had mentioned there was an article probably about last year or the year before, came out in the Boston Globe. It compared 52 area communities in Central Mass. And they found that the town of Northborough wasn't the lowest, it wasn't one of the lowest, it actually was the lowest tax increases over that decade. Now since then, we have approved the Lincoln Street School, and the voters in this town have said we are willing to increase our tax burden for this project. So are we still the lowest, the absolute lowest? I don't know. But I can tell you we haven't skyrocketed to the top. And just like, again, in your personal lives, you're not better off financially if you're not fixing your roof, maintaining your furnace, tuning up your car. It's short-sighted not to take care of your infrastructure and your equipment. And one of the things that we do very well in this town is we plan well, and we work very closely with all the people behind me to vet all the projects that come out and come before you, just like the ones that are coming out tonight in terms of the capital projects. But we've done almost $12 million in pay-as-you-go capital. That's $12 million in debt that was never issued. And just so we're clear, one of the things that many towns do is they'll use those free cash, those available funds, instead of buying and taking care of infrastructure, they'll put it to subsidize the budget. And in the short run, that'll lower the tax impact. But just like your house, you can not fix your roof and not maintain your vehicle, and you can save money. But in the long run, it's going to cost you more. And that's the perspective that the town of Northborough takes when we look at these things. The last piece that I want to mention here is Northborough has consistently been held up as an example of best practices across the state. I mentioned last year, if you join a finance board or committee in this state, it's the town of Northborough that trains you on best practices. Probably the biggest feather in our cap in the last 12 months was back in November. The governor of the state brought forward this huge initiative called the Compact. And essentially what it is the governor has run this program where they're trying to get towns to buy into best practices in areas of affordable housing, economic development, and finances. And a huge symposium was held at Holy Cross College in November. The town of Northborough was asked to come in and do the presentation on best practices in finance. The little town of Northborough was asked to do that. That speaks volumes. Fiscal 16 is our 6th consecutive year of winning the highest award you can receive in public budgeting. It's a national award issued by the Government Finance Officers Association. In fact, when we started, there were 6 communities statewide that achieved this award. Right now, that number is somewhere around 14 or 15. I'm actually very proud to tell you that of those, 5 of them were either trained by the town of Northborough specifically or inspired by us, and we actually gave them a lot of our information. And it's funny because when you look at our budget and you look at the people that won that award in the last 6 years, they say plagiarism is the highest form of flattery, then we're very flattered. And last but not least, the point that I'll make here is, when you come, particularly the new folks that are here, when you come to this meeting, you're going to see, I hope, a lot of budgets and a lot of things move forward and move quickly. And sometimes I always hear somebody say, boy, it's just a rubber stamp. I can assure you that the folks behind me have spent the last 8+ months studying all of these budgets in great detail, and they have had the benefit of information in terms of financial trend analysis and projections that rivals any other community in this state. Their recommendations are informed. Their recommendations are based on good data and a great process. And this is the 8th consecutive year that we have brought to you all of these operating budgets and the capital budgets with unanimous support of the Board of Selectmen, Financial Planning, Appropriations, and the School Committee. And I can assure you that is not apathy. I see some folks over here from the Town Common project. They've run through this process. It is not a process that goes lightly or gets taken lightly. It is a very thorough process. And so as with that, I certainly am happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Hi, I'm Bill Fuller. I didn't do that. I'm Bill Fuller. Am I coming through? It doesn't sound as if this microphone's on.
We shut you off, Bill, sorry.
Okay. I bet somebody's trying to do this to me, right? I'm a retiree. My Social Security went up 1.7% last year and 0% this year, and my taxes went up 12% almost. Northborough is rated very highly for a lot of different reasons, but it also is a very expensive town. What is the ranking now with the department? 63, 65, something like that?
The question is, Mike is dead, Cap. Is it on?
Well, in any case.
Well, no, let me respond. I'll project.
Okay.
The state ranks all the tax bills of all the communities statewide. In 2004, we were ranked 45th highest tax bill. In 2017, we are at the all-time lowest, which is 63. So in the last 10 years, we have slowly, relative to our other communities, we have gone down in terms of our tax bill compared to the rate of increase in our other communities.
Okay, good, thank you. But that still means we pay about, we pay more in taxes than about 83% of all the other communities. We pay, by the way, that 63 is out of 351 cities and towns. So that means we pay a lot of taxes. One of the ways we could save is health insurance. The state system provides health services for all the state employees and many of the towns. And we can actually save about $1.5 million. We pay 25 or 20 or 30% more in healthcare costs than the state system provides. That $1.5 million of savings could pay for the entire fire department, the entire highway department.
Excuse me, do you have a specific question that you wanted to have
Yes, the question
answered?
is, what are we doing to help people like myself who don't have infinite amounts of money to keep these costs down? Why can't we take advantage of the state system for health care?
Okay, those are great questions. I appreciate them. Two things. One of the handouts coming in is a colored sheet put out by our town assessors. It shows all of the property tax relief programs that are available to folks. Most of them, I will tell you, they're means tested, so you have to show that you really do qualify for these programs. But there are a number of programs that people can qualify for. I highly encourage you to meet with the finance director. If you look at this and you think you may qualify, they'll do a great job of getting you through the program and getting you tax relief if, in fact, you qualify. The second thing is I just want to comment, Mr. Fuller mentioned the Group Insurance Commission. This is the insurance for statewide. There's a number of reasons why we would never save 20 or 30%. In fact, every year when we sit down with our employees, we look at going to a sole source provider. We look at joining the GIC. We look at pretty much every option that's out there, and we pick the one that's going to get us the best renewal that we can. We can't even really join the GIC because based on the changes that we have made over the years to our plan design, like the ones that we did this year, you have to save a minimum in order to use the legislation to push your way into the GIC. You have to save at least 5%. And our consultant has shown us that we would not even save 5% at that point. So, but there's a number of reasons why that program isn't always right for everybody. But I will tell you that over the next couple of years, if the rates continue and the market continues to go where it is, we are going to be looking at all of our options. At this point, the fact that we were able to get these concessions, working with our collective bargaining units proactively, I don't see any reason to make that move right now. So you can spend an entire night talking about the GIC. One of the big things is most of the communities that immediately went to the GIC were the ones whose health insurance were out of control. And actually, when they opened it up to communities, the risk pool got worse as more people join, because the folks that were in the worst position are the ones that joined first. We've done better in terms of our increase annually than the GIC for the last 8 years. So I wouldn't move at this point.
Any other questions? Any discussion? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 4. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $21,398,468 for town government, and to meet said appropriation, the following sums available for appropriation be transferred. And the list is in your warrant. I'm not going to read all the detail there, but it will be for a total of $1,508,581, and the sum of $19,889,887 be raised by taxation. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed? Article 4 carries. Article 5. Mr. Amperson.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $4,738,245 for the operation of the water, sewer, and solid waste utilities in the amounts of $2,251,473 for the water fund, $1,718,422 for the sewer fund, and $768,350 for the solid waste fund, and to meet said appropriation, the following sums available for appropriation be transferred. From the water fund free cash, $51,248. From the sewer fund free cash, $45,246. And from the solid waste fund free cash, $63,190. And raise and appropriate by taxation from solid waste general fund subsidy, $217,160, for a total of $376,844, and that the sum of $4,361,401 be financed from water and sewer and solid waste revenues.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. We have a presentation by the DPW director and our town engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 5, the Water and Sewer Division operate and maintain the town's public water supply and distribution, as well as the sewer collection system and related facilities. The water, sewer, and solid waste budgets are enterprise funds as authorized by statute under Mass General Law, Chapter 4453F and 1/2, which is a separate accounting and financial reporting mechanisms for municipal services for which a fee is charged in exchange for goods or services. This allows communities to demonstrate to the public the portion of total costs of a service that is recovered through use charges and the portion that is subsidized by the tax levy, if any. I will be presenting the proposed budgets for the water and sewer enterprise funds, and the town engineer, Fred Litchfield, will present the proposed budget for the solid waste enterprise fund. On average, the town of Northborough uses approximately 0.9 million gallons per day of potable water, which is purchased through the purchased entirely through the MWRA. The water system facility map shown behind me illustrates the interconnection with the MWRA off Bartlett Street, the 2 water tanks, one at Edmund Hill and one at Assabet Hill, and the 4 wells that are currently inactive, including Howard Street, Crawford Street, Lyman Street, and Brigham. This water distribution map shows the limits of water system network and the service areas. Approximately 80% of the town receives water from the public system. The proposed FY17 water enterprise operating budget is $2,251,473, which represents an increase of $21,145, or 0.9% over last year's budget. This budget is funded with revenue from user fees together with a $51,248 transfer from Water Fund free cash, this budget reflects an estimated increase in the MWRA assessment of $36,706. On the sewer side, approximately 30% of Northborough has access to the town's wastewater collection system. This sewer collection system map behind me illustrates the sanitary sewer collection system along with 9 pumping stations, including Forbes Road, Hudson Street, Church Street, Town Hall, Weston Terrace, Lincoln Street, West Main Street, Otis Street, and the Southwest Cutoff, also known as 9 and 20. All of Northborough's sewer is collected, discharged, and subsequently treated at the Marlboro Westerly Wastewater Treatment Plant. The proposed FY17 Sewer Enterprise Fund operating budget is $1,718,422, which represents an increase of $59,480, or 3.6% over last year. This budget is funded with revenue from user fees together with a $45,246 transfer from sewer fund free cash. This budget reflects an estimated increase in the Marlboro use charge of $52,775.
So do we want to have Fred do his presentation and then have questions?
We can do that.
Let's do that.
Good evening. The Solid Waste Enterprise Fund involves the administration of 2 separate contracts. A collection contract which requires the curbside collection and disposal of the recyclable material every other week. The same contractor is also responsible for the curbside collection of solid waste on a weekly basis, which is then delivered to Wheelabrator facilities in Millbury in accordance with our town's long-term contract for disposal. The total cost for disposal is based upon the tipping fee and the number of tons delivered annually to the Wheelabrator facility. As a result of some recent negotiations with the current collection contractor, Republic Services, we reached an agreement to continue service for an additional 3 years, and fiscal year 17 is the first year of this contract with a 0% increase, and the total cost will be $475,000 for the curbside collection of both trash and recycling. The $475,000 is the same rate that we have been paying for the last 5 years. Once this year is complete, then the contract will go up 2% per year for the next 2 years. The total fiscal year 17 solid waste budget is $768,350, which represents a 0.18% increase from last year. In fiscal year 17, the appropriation contains a $10,000 contingency reserve account to ensure funding for potential of any unforeseen expenses in the coming year. Total fee revenues in fiscal year 17 are estimated at $488,000, and the projected general fund subsidy is $217,160, along with a transfer from the solid waste fund free cash of $63,190, which allows us to reach the total fiscal year solid waste budget of $768,350. The Pay-As-You-Throw program, initiated in January of 2003, continues to be very successful, as shown on the chart behind me. The financial incentives built into the Pay-As-You-Throw program have served significantly to reduce the annual tonnage to be disposed of at the Wheelabrator facility, and the cost avoided at today's pricing is approximately $200,000.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions on either side of the presentation?
I'm Bill Fuller again. Why do the bags rip?
Why do the bags rip? Generally, it's because there's a little too much pressure applied.
Are there any further questions? Further discussion?
Move the article.
I get to decide that.
Charles Frankian is my name. Question on the water. You said the town wells are not active. If they were brought online, I know there would be a cost associated with that, but has anyone done the cost-benefit analysis of that lately?
Yes, through the moderator.
Yes.
Yes, we had actually done a complete water master plan through a consultant, and I don't have the numbers on me available, but we did look at those options to turning the wells back online, and it's much more costly than it is to stick with MWRA.
Thank you. Seeing there are no other questions, no other discussion, this is what we're voting on for Article 5. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $4,738,245 for the operation of the water, sewer, and solid waste utilities in the amounts of $2,251,473 for the water fund, $1,718,422 for the sewer fund, and $768,350 for the solid waste fund. And to meet said appropriation, the following sums available for appropriation be transferred from the water fund free cash, $51,248. Sewer fund free cash, $45,246. Solid waste fund free cash, $63,190. Raise and appropriate by taxation the solid waste general fund subsidy, $217,160 for a total of $376,844, and that the sum of $4,361,401 be financed from water, sewer, and solid waste revenues. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards.
Mr. Moderator, I do believe we might have a recommendation on this article.
Oh, pray tell, what would that be?
A unanimous vote, yes.
Thank you.
Actually, approval.
Shall I ask financial planning? No, I should not. Thank you. So we were just about, when we were, on our last episode, we were about ready to vote on Article 5. So all those in favor of Article 5, please raise your cards. And those in opposition. Article 5 carries. Thank you. Article 6, John Kane.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $22,719,843 for the operation of the Northborough Public Schools.
Motion has been made and seconded. Do we have a presentation? It's Christine Johnson, Superintendent of Schools.
How about now? Yes, definitely. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It is a privilege to be here with you this evening as Superintendent of Schools and on behalf of the Northborough School Committee to present the FY 2017 K-8 school budget. The presentation at town meeting represents, as you've heard from others, the culmination of many months of collaboration and budget development that begins early in the new fiscal year. We work closely with the town administrator and town boards to present a budget that embraces our shared goal of excellence in education and reflects our mission and budget goals that are established each year. These goals encapsulate the needs of our K-8 schools while appreciating the need to continue to be fiscally responsible. We take pride in and value our shared goals. The success of the Lincoln Street Building project, as you've heard this evening, provides tangible evidence that this continues to be a successful strategy, not only as we build a budget, but also as we come together to add to and renovate a neighborhood school. On behalf of our school community, I extend my deepest thank you for your enthusiasm and investment that you continually make in the future of our students and school community. Attendance and participation at numerous school events, most recently the Peasley 250th celebration, attended by so many townsfolks, not just members of the school community, children in school now, parents, but it was so wonderful to see so many of you come out and celebrate the great work of our students as they celebrate the birthday of this incredible town. And also, to share opportunities for our students to engage in project-based learning activities that benefit our community, much like the Town Common Project. The FY 2017 budgets for the Public School of Northborough celebrates our continued collaboration and collective goals. This evening, I'd like to share this budget with you at this time. So as I mentioned, each year we start with our statement of vision, and this statement of vision and mission was actually created with members of the community as we developed our strategic plan, strategically planning for the future Vision 2020. We had a number of folks from the Northborough community, not only parents, but community members that came out and spent many evenings with us to create this vision and mission, and it forms our discussion and becomes our foundation for the work that we do each and every year. As part of that process, each fall we begin to look at the current landscape, the educational landscape. It is ever changing, and some of those changes are not only within our community, but actually at the federal and state level. And most importantly, our changing needs of our student population. So we look at that each year, and our school committee takes originally the first 2 months of our meeting schedule to really look deeply into our schools and to analyze what would form our goals for each school year. And I will share these briefly with you, but these are out posted on our website and really are available at every school committee meeting. We revisit them and we review them as we continue our conversations. So certainly to maintain and support high quality staffing and instructional programs, and also to support our class size policy with the neighborhood school. Class size policy becomes something that we revisit each month because the population and enrollment continues to change. To meet the ever-changing needs of all of our learners in our classrooms with a model of differentiated instruction and standards-based education, and to provide programs and staffing to meet the social and emotional health of all of our children so that our children are ready to learn when they are with us throughout the day. Also, we've heard the much success of the Lincoln Street School, and that is a significant capital asset for the community of Northborough. But we also continue to revisit the condition of all of our schools as we go through the budget process and begin planning for the future for the FY 2017 budget. We always have an emphasis on safety in all of our schools and seek ways to improve our energy efficiency as well. We also, as I'm sure many of you are familiar with, the changes that are going on at the state level in terms of not only our curriculum, but also what our state assessment might be. And so we invest in our teachers so that we can invest in our students with professional development and making sure that our resources are current and available to all of our students in all of our schools. And again, we have spent considerable time over the last couple of years developing a technology focus area in our strategic plan, and most recently, we dissected that focus area and developed a plan for implementation so that we could be assured that our goals identified in our plan were met through the budget process. Mr. Codea mentioned that this really is a maintenance budget, and as we look at our students and we look at our student needs, we also balance being fiscally responsible in the budgeting process. Enrollments do shift, and particularly in our neighborhood schools, we realize a change from grade to grade. And again, we make that part of our every conversation that we have at the school committee meetings. This year, we are realizing a 3.0 reduction due to enrollments. And to meet those ever-changing needs of our students, we are also offsetting that reduction with some much-needed staff. This staff is not something that is really coming to bear in the budget this year, but in fact, it's been a 3-year plan to ensure that all of our neighborhood schools, as well as Melican Middle, would be able to have the services readily available for all students in the form of a school psychologist. This has taken 3 years to build this process, appreciating that in any given 1 year, it's a significant impact on the budget. And next year, we will be sort of the final phase of this by adding another half of a psychologist at Z and Lincoln Street. This then brings all of our schools to 1.0 school psychologist in our schools. And again, this is sort of the culmination of a 3-year process that's been realized through the budget. One of our goals is to always educate and provide the best, highest level of excellence in education for all of our students within our district. And to do that, oftentimes we need to identify those changing needs. And in the budget this year, we are also offsetting that reduction with a special ed teacher, special education teacher. That is designed to address some of the needs. Hopefully then we are able to better service the students in the district, and that ultimately reduces our potential for out-of-district costs. We have a 0.5 full-time equivalent specialized kindergarten instructor. This is specifically to meet the needs of a changing population, and fortunately, one of the benefits of being a district office is that you can also recognize needs in neighboring districts, and that allows us to partner and get the best, highest quality level of a staff. Oftentimes it's difficult to get a 0.5. It's much easier to sometimes get a highest quality full-time instructor. We also recognize there's a need in the other district as well, and so we're partnering to ensure that we get the highest level of instruction possible. We have a need at Melican Middle School to increase the English language learner instructor. This is already a current position, so additional staff is not impacting any of those other costs we were talking about earlier. And I will also share with you that we actually have 17 languages spoken as part of our ELL program in our schools, which is tremendous. Oftentimes the ELL program comes with a lot of federal and state mandates. We do receive some grants to support our ELL program, and with that oftentimes comes additional requirements. So our population is moving to Melican, and we do see a need to increase those services. With Lincoln Street coming on board, we do realize that next year that is going to be an incredibly busy school. It is also somewhat larger, and so we're anticipating increased custodial services. This again is not a new position. It's additional hours for staff that is already with us in our district. The ELL support services is not a teaching position. It's actually administrative support. We have one ELL director, and that is a position that is district-wide. And with her position comes a lot of requirements for family and community engagement on behalf of our ELL students, as well as considerable documentation in order to secure grant funding. This is actually an increase of a 0.6 for the budget, and Northborough's portion is 0.4 of the 0.6 increase for a $7,400 cost. The most significant impacts the factors impacting our budget this year are the following two. One is we are in the 3rd year of our 3-year contracts. This year is a 1.875% increase. And we also have realized significant special ed services as we project FY17. We have, as much as we like to do all that we can to keep our students in district, there are times when, to meet the needs of the students, we do need to outplace them. And we hope someday to have them return to our district. And so that's what you see here is an out-of-district tuition cost. And with that often comes a cost of transportation. Those two really were the most significant impact. And if you look at sort of a pie chart and dissect those factors, you'll see that 63%, it's represented in the green, really represents those contractual increases, the 1.875. The blue, the 31%, and the other 3 is roughly our increase in tuition for special ed services and also transportation. Oftentimes, we speak about what we need in our budget and don't often share with you the kinds of things that we're doing to support the budget in other ways. And what I wanted to share with you this evening are a few things that we're doing proactively to help offset rising costs. We continue to look at the needs of our students and try to develop programs in-house so that we can service our students within our district, not only meeting their needs in a more effective manner, but hoping and hopefully reducing our potential out-of-district costs. We have established collaborative partnerships to reduce transportation costs. Last year, we negotiated our overall transportation, our budget transportation costs, and had a very favorable result. But we also partner with collaboratives to help reduce some of those transportation expenditures that may not be part of our regular transportation. Oftentimes people think of consulting services or contract services as additional costs. You can imagine with 1,700 students, we have 1,700 unique individuals, and with that comes some unique needs. One of the things that we've been able to realize is by keeping benefit costs down and overall contractual costs down, we're able to access the highest quality services for individual needs that are not necessarily services that need to be met on an individual basis. So we do try to use contracted services and consulting services as much as possible. We do write a lot of grants, and we're very fortunate that we have a number of organizations within the community that we partner with. Certainly Community Preservation has done an amazing job working with us to upgrade our school facilities. PTO has helped this year. If anyone has an opportunity to visit Peasley, you'll see there's a new playground. That's because of a lot of great partnership with a lot of organizations in town. We also have the Northborough Ed Foundation this year. Of course, they're launching a huge technology initiative to assist with the budget. We have been very successful in lobbying our legislatures, legislative branches, and trying to minimize the number of mandates that we are required to meet. Usually a mandate requires additional costs, and we have been very successful at lobbying for the kindergarten grant to be reissued last year, and we're doing the same this year. That grant covers significant cost of our kindergarten aides. We are also partnering with our town to explore the use of the feasibility of solar, and we will be launching our second RFQ this week, and hopefully conducting some feasibility site visits of not only our schools but also town facilities. And it's been a great opportunity for us again to collaborate with the town on this initiative. And also, we heard earlier that the positive relationship continues with our Teachers Association. I think it bodes very well for our future. This past year, they were in the 3rd year of the contract, did not necessarily need to vote to reopen it to consider plan design changes, but appreciated the importance of their role in the community, not only as educators, but as individuals who appreciate the financial impacts on the town. So we continue to build that relationship as well. The increase, I think Mr. Correa mentioned that it was a 3.5 approved, school committee approved increase, represents $768,304 for an FY17 approved, school committee approved budget of $22,719,843. Thank you for your continued support of the Northborough Public Schools and our school community.
Are there any questions? Any discussion? Could I get a recommendation from the Board of Selectmen, please, on Article 6?
The Board of Selectmen, I believe, unanimously were in favor.
So the Board of Selectmen was unanimously in favor. May I have a recommendation from the Appropriations Committee, please?
You certainly may, Mr. Moderator. The Appropriations Committee recommends approval of this article by unanimous vote.
Hearing no discussion, this is what we're voting on for Article 6. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $22,719,843 for the operation of the Northborough Public Schools. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 6 passes. Article 7, Patricia Kress, Regional School Committee.
I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation Northborough's share of the assessment for the operation and debt service of the Northborough-Southborough Regional School District, the sum of $10,739,681.
Motion has been made and seconded. And there's a presentation by Christine Johnson, School Superintendent.
I continue to consider it a privilege to be able to share with you the Algonquin Regional High School budget. And again, we begin with a statement and a vision and a mission that was collaboratively created to represent our goals as we educate our students as they progress from the K-8 on to the Northborough-Southborough Regional School. This year, as part of that budget development process, we do a similar and conduct a similar analysis of the needs of our high school. And all we need to do is pick up just about any newspaper in any given week, and you will read a phenomenal article about the wonderful success and the engagement of our students, not only in the community, but in many different avenues as they continue to grow and develop as young adults. We are proud of the comprehensive education that we have been able to provide our students, and I believe, not only as a former teacher and administrator of that school, but certainly now as superintendent, that we have a high school that's probably second to none in the Commonwealth in terms of providing opportunities for our students, and certainly to realize and follow their success as they continue to grow. This year, our budget priorities are to maintain our high-quality staff, programming, and instructional resources. This year, there's a different emphasis on that budget goal. It's something we always want to strive to achieve. But this year, we also moved forward and created a 5-year plan to refresh our instructional resources. Not only do we explore digital platforms and begin to look at open source materials, but we also recognize that in order to stay current, we need to develop a program and a schedule that will help refresh those instructional resources, not 10 or 12, and certainly not all in 1 year, but over a period of 5 years. I thank Mr. Mead and his department chairs and staff in helping to launch that, and FY17 represents the first of a 5-year program, 5-year budget process to update those resources. Again, appreciating that we can't do it all in 1 year, maybe we can't do it all in 2 or 3, but certainly if we have a long-range plan, it's achievable. The second goal is, again, to achieve class sizes according to school committee policy, and as we travel through the budget, you'll see how these priorities really do impact our final budget proposal and approved budget. There are many high-stakes tests at the high school level. MCAS, or the state assessment, is just one. We certainly prepare our students for success on the PSATs, the SAT, the ACTs, and there's no combination of letters when it comes to high-stake testing at the high school level these days. Also to fund the initiatives of the school improvement plan, which is something that guides all of the work that we do in our district, to, again, meet the needs set forth in the Educational Technology Plan, and to create a long and short-term capital plan for the high school. I think you could visit the high school just about any day and you'd find a fair amount of cars in that parking lot. Certainly they're accessed by our student in the communities, but we also enjoy building rentals, which helps offset the budget costs. And keeping that building top-notch is certainly a concern and something that we invest in. This year, our incremental impacts are, again, negotiated contracts. Our cost of living allowance was a 1.875% for our teachers. It, again, is year 3 of 3. We will be negotiating next year and starting that process again. At the high school, we do have other factors. We have charter school. I'm sure you've read a lot about charter schools. And there is a movement underfoot for the legislative branch to really take a look and revisit the whole notion of funding charter schools and how the funding takes place. School choice and special education. I'm pleased to say that we have very few students who choice out of Algonquin, and we continue to monitor our charter school enrollments. We have identified staffing needs to address course mandates and enrollments. Again, there's no shortage of mandates, and we'll be taking a look at what that means on the next slide. I mentioned a little bit about the cyclical replacement and upgrade of our instructional resources, and then a big part of the budget increase at a regional school is, in fact, the operational resources, the district operational resources. We function much like a town, so our budget carries in it town-related types of expenditures like health insurance and retirement and pension and things of that sort. That often impacts our budget as well, and our budget increases. So this year, we do have some staffing. Again, we've had a 3-year rollout of meeting a mandate from the state. It's one of few specific areas of concentration, content area that's addressed in Mass General Law. And 3 years ago, we were visited and we were recommended, highly recommended quite strongly and specifically that we needed to comply with a Mass General Law requirement that all of our students need to be enrolled in a physical education experience each of the 4 years in high school. So this year represents our final sort of compliance with that mandate, and we have a .8 phys ed / health. Oftentimes they teach both in the budget. A few years ago, we actually had a 1.0 social studies teacher and a 1.0 applied arts and technology teacher, but based on the budget needs that year, we did reduce those positions. This year, because of oversubscribed classes and not enough available teaching time to meet the needs of those students looking for classes, we are putting in the budget a .2 applied arts and technology teacher and a .2 social studies teacher. What that means in terms of availability for students, that actually means that in social studies with that .2 position, we've just opened up 50 seats. Because oftentimes a social studies teacher will teach elective offerings at the upper school grades, and we'll have a section in the first semester and a section in the second for 50 seats, and the same with applied arts and technology. So increasing staff that are already with us also then reduces any related benefits costs. I mentioned earlier that we have put on a cycle our materials and resources, not all in 1 year, but over a period of time. And we're also looking at our instructional technology and equipment. We also follow the same methodology for student support services by using contracted services, and that .4 of a .6 position presented earlier in the K-8 budget represents a .3 of that .6 increase at the regional level. We do have some offsets. Again, worth noting that we are proactive, trying to do all that we can and work collaboratively together to seek opportunities that will bring in funding to the district. Many of those we've already reviewed. Again, that's solar, and I will also say that the Algonquin Regional Teachers also opened up their contract to engage in plan design discussions again, to hopefully and positively impact the budget and bringing those costs down, which in fact we have. I will say that we're very excited about the piloting of a global exchange program. This will allow us to welcome our doors to a handful of students. And for that, for a change, the tuition's not going out. It will be coming into district. So that will provide us some funding opportunities as well, while opening up the world to our students right here at home. The FY 2017 approved budget is presented to you this evening at $21,487,925. This is the operational budget, representing a 3.82% incremental growth factor of $790,565. If you've sat through the presentations many times, you will note that calculating the regional budget can sometimes be a little bit confusing, because there are things that are factored into the budget that aren't necessarily so in the K-8 budget. So we begin with our approved budget of $21,487,925. From that, we reduce the budget by the amount of state aid that is coming in, otherwise known as Chapter 70, remembering, of course, we function as a town, which is why we're able to include these in our budgeting practice. $2,981,794 in Chapter 70 aid to the regional school district. We also receive regional transportation reimbursement. Last year, we had a parting gift that was made to one of the senators who's always been an advocate of the regional school system, and there was some additional special transportation funding that came our way. It was probably a one time. We won't see it again. At least they haven't been talking about it. And so we put that away, and we're applying it to reduce the assessment this year. So the regional transportation offset is $680,194. And we do have miscellaneous income that comes to us through investments that the regional school system has been able to realize, and that's a $20,000 amount. All that adds up to $3,681,988. It's reduced from the approved budget, a $17,805,937 budget, including the offsets just reviewed. You'll notice that Northborough's minimum local contribution, which is set by the state, we have no impact, we have no control over that number. It's shared with us each and every year. Sometimes we see it up, we see it down, mostly up. That's Northborough's contribution for next year, $7,565,421. There are a lot of factors and variables that go into that minimum local contribution number. And also you'll see Southborough's contribution. If we add those two together, we have a remaining balance, $4,870,997, and that's what we use to apply the regional school agreement to. It's based, Mr. Cuddy, I mentioned this earlier, on enrollments. This year, Northborough's percent went up, and that impacts the amount of contribution because it's based on enrollment. This year, as of October 1, 58.84% of the students enrolled were from Northborough. Applying that number to the remaining balance, that apportionment for Northborough is $2,866,095 added to your minimum local contribution, $10,431,516. The regional school district is allowed to create a fund called excess and deficiency, most often funded by, in fact, efficient budgeting and expenditure practices throughout the year. Each and every year we take a portion of that and apply it to reduce the assessment. The Northborough portion is calculated based on the same enrollment number per the regional agreement. It's an offset from the total of $353,040. It was a $600 amount. So the assessment, non-exempt, for Northborough is $10,078,476, an increase of $656,801 for an increase for the non-exempt assessment of 6.97%. Just some historical information. We talked about the complexity of the formula. This is a historical review of enrollments over a period of time. You'll see that there is a good amount of fluctuation. And this year you'll note that the enrollment in Northborough went up about 1.5%, in Southborough down 1.5%. You'll also see through this historical projection the overall operational budget increase in the first column, the enrollment shifts, and the assessment non-exempt in relationship to those numbers. And if you can find an exact formula for how that works, I think every regional superintendent would love to have that information. And so that's, again, the regional school budget. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for your continued support of our school community.
May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 7, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Did everyone hear that?
They didn't hear it. I'm sorry. The Appropriations Committee recommends unanimously the approval of this article.
Thank you. Any
That's a
questions?
first.
Any discussion? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 7. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation Northborough's share of the assessment for the operation and debt service of the Northborough-Southborough Regional School District, the sum of $10,739,681. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition? Article 7 passes. Article 8. The Assabet Valley Vocational School District budget. And the motion is being made by?
Virginia Sims George.
Oh, I see. You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation Northborough's share of the assessment for the operation and debt service of the Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School District, the sum of $884,448.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there a presentation from the superintendent of Assabet Valley? There is none. Are there any questions? May I hear a recommendation from the wonderful Appropriations Committee, please?
You may, Mr. Moderator, and this time you'll be able to hear me because that was the first time. Usually, everybody hears me, even when I don't use the mic. The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Any questions, any discussion? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 8. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation Northborough's share of the assessment for the operation and debt service of the Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School District, the sum of $880,448. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition. Article 8 passes. Article 9.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to authorize library trustees to accept and spend a sum of money received under the Library Incentive and Municipal Equalization Grants and the Non-Resident Circulation Offset Program under the provisions of MGL Chapter 78, Sections 19A and 19B, and 605 CMR 4.00, and is supplemented or amended by current state budget language to be used by the library trustees for books, automation costs, or in any way that may benefit the library, and to apply for state aid for the coming fiscal year.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. A presentation. It's Laura Helwig.
Article 9 is actually a housekeeping article that allows us, the trustees for the board of the library, to apply for, accept, and most importantly, spend state aid. So thank you for your continued support of the library.
May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 9, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee, by unanimous vote, recommends approval of this article.
Any questions, discussion on Article 9? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to authorize the library trustees to accept and spend a sum of money received under the Library Incentive and Municipal Equalization Grants and the Non-Resident Circulation Offset Program under the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 78, Sections 19A and 19B, and 605 CMR 4.00, and as supplemented or amended by current state budget language to be used by the library trustees for books, automation costs, or in any way that may benefit the library, and to apply for said aid for the coming fiscal year. This is also a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition. Article 9 passes. Article 10, please. Mr. Amperson.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to make such application as may be necessary for federal and/or state funds or grants, to accept such funds or grants, and to expend those funds as required by the various acts if and when such funds are received.
Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Kader.
This is a routine article that appears on the warrant every year. Just as the motion sounded and stated, it allows the Board of Selectmen to apply for any state or federal grants should they become available.
May I hear from the Appropriations Committee, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Are there any questions, any discussion on Article 10? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to make such application as may be necessary for federal and/or state funds or grants, to accept such funds or grants, and to expend those funds as required by the various acts if and when such funds are received. Also a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition? Article 10 passes. Article 11, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to combine Articles 12 through 16 as follows. Article 12 reauthorizes the Fire Department Revolving Fund. Article 13 reauthorizes the Animal Control Revolving Fund. Article 14 reauthorizes the Community Affairs Committee Revolving Fund. Article 15 reauthorizes the Family and Youth Services Department Revolving Fund. Article 16 reauthorizes the Council on Aging Revolving Fund. And in so voting, that the town vote to establish and/or reauthorize the revolving funds as stated in Articles 12 through 16 of the warrant, said revolving funds being authorized to and for the use of the Fire Department, Animal Control, Community Affairs Committee, Family and Youth Services Department, and Council on Aging pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Kader.
Okay, folks, here's where you can get through 6 articles in 60 seconds. Article 11 is a routine article under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and 1/2, and I'm not making that up. Revolving funds need to be reauthorized every year. Essentially, a revolving funds are used where fees are charged for programs or services. Those fees and monies are held in an account that offset the cost of providing the program or service. In the interest of time, Article 11 combines Articles 12 through 16 into one reauthorization to get those revolving funds moving forward. So hopefully, if you vote in favor of this, we will skip all the way through to Article 17.
May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 11, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any discussion? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to combine Articles 12 through 16. And in voting that the town, and in doing so, voting that the town vote to establish and/or reauthorize the revolving funds as stated in Articles 12 through 16 of the warrant. Said revolving funds being authorized to and for the use of the Fire Department, Animal Control, Community Affairs Committee, Family and Youth Services Department, and Council on Aging, pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E and 1/2. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition? So we have zoomed to Article 17. I asked for a question. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. But unfortunately, we've already had the vote. What was your question?
I can answer the question very quickly. Some of the revenues that come in the fire department from the ambulance fees, some of them are transferred directly into the operating budget, and other charges, those are routine charges. Other charges based on the level of service, how many runs they go, how many drugs they use, those tend to be charged and roll through the revolving fund. So it's an accounting issue. We're not really taking it away and giving it back. It's how we account for it. The fees get raised from the ambulance. It goes back, all the fees from the ambulance go directly back into offsetting the cost of the fire department and the ambulance service. It's just some of it is a direct charge, and some of it flows through the general fund budget, as required by the Department of Revenue. You're not stupid. It's just how the Department of Revenue would like us to do it. So that's what we do.
Sir, you're going to have to use the microphone. Nobody can hear you.
Just very simply so we're clear, all fees raised by the ambulance are available to the fire department to offset the cost of the taxpayers of that operation. That's the only place it goes. It does, some flows through the general fund budget, some stays in the revolving fund, and they charge their expenses off directly to that revolving fund. I can't say it any more simply than that. I hope it's not confusing unnecessarily.
And I would like to apologize. I got a bit giddy because we were jumping to Article 17, and I didn't declare that Article 16 had Article 11 had passed. So I am now declaring Article 11 passes. Article 12.
Article 17.
What's that, 17?
Article 17.
You know, math for dummies. Who's got the book? 17, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $175,000 for a reserve fund to provide for extraordinary or unforeseen expenditures in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 6, and to meet said appropriation, $175,000 be transferred from free cash.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Kader, please.
Within the operating budget is this appropriation of $175,000 to deal with unforeseen emergencies or situations that could not be anticipated. It's held in reserve and is controlled by the Appropriations Committee. It requires a vote of them to release it. In general, you see us using that oftentimes in the event of a storm or an emergency, that type of an expense. If we do not use these funds, it comes from free cash, which are available budget surplus or budget funds. And if we don't use it, it goes right back to where it came from. It doesn't build into a budget base. It's a standalone account.
Now hear from the Appropriations Committee, please.
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee recommends approval of this article by unanimous vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions, any discussion on Article 17? Not hearing any, let me tell you what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $175,000 for a reserve fund to provide for extraordinary or unforeseen expenditures in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 6, and to meet said appropriation, $175,000 be transferred from free cash. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 17 passes. Article 18.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $200,000 to transfer to the stabilization fund, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $200,000 be transferred from free cash.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded.
Thank you, Mr.
Finance
Moderator.
Director, please.
This article provides for a $200,000 contribution to the stabilization fund or the town's savings account from free cash to bolster our level of reserves. Our reserve levels are an important indicator of the town's financial strength and stability. In accordance with our financial policies, we strive to maintain a reserve level that averages between 5 to 10% of our budget. This contribution to the stabilization fund will also serve to maintain our favorable AA1 bond rating.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee recommends approval of this article by unanimous vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any discussion? Hearing none, I will let you know this is a 2/3 vote, so tellers, be on your toes. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? I declare that Article 18 has passed. By a 2/3 vote. Article 19.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $664,000 from the premium paid to the town upon the sale of bonds or notes issued to pay for the costs of the Lincoln Street School project, which are the subject of a Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion, to pay costs of the project being financed by such bonds or notes, and to reduce the amount authorized to be borrowed for such project by the same amount.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded.
Thank you. This article seeks to appropriate $664,000, which is the net premium received upon the sale of the permanent bonds for the Lincoln Street School project. Since this project is subject to a Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion, the net premiums are returned to that project, and it also serves to reduce the debt authorization. So originally, the amount of the Lincoln Street School bonds were projected at $14.8 million. Because we received these premiums at the issuance of the bonds, we only had to permanently bond $14.2 million. And now we have to vote to appropriate those premiums back to the project.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any questions? Any discussion? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 19. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $664,000 from the premium paid to the town upon the sale of bonds or notes issued to pay for the cost of the Lincoln Street School project, which are subject of a Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion, to pay cost of the project being financed by such bonds or notes, and to reduce the amount authorized to be borrowed for such project by the same amount. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 19 passes. Article 20, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53, F and 3/4, and establish a special revenue fund as the PEG Access and Cable-related Fund to reserve cable franchise fees and other cable-related revenues for appropriations to support PEG Access services and oversight and renewal of the cable franchise agreement.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Kader.
Very similar to revolving funds, the Department of Revenue issued new guidelines this year. They would like a separate account set up specifically for cable-related fees. As part of the contracts with Verizon and Charter, they fund our cable access program, the folks that are videotaping and broadcasting our meeting this evening. We have always maintained a separate account. They now want a specific account done a certain way. The budget for this has already been approved under Article 4, and this is really just setting up that account, very similar to what we did with the revolving funds. Again, approval of the account and the PEG access has no tax impact at all.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee recommends by unanimous vote, unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Are there any questions, any discussion on Article 20? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 20. I move the town vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53F and 3/4, and establish a special revenue fund as the PEG Access and Cable-related Fund to reserve cable franchise fees and other cable-related revenues for appropriation to support PEG access services and oversight and renewal of the cable franchise agreement. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition? Article 20 passes. Article 21, please. Mr. Amberson.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $85,000 for the use of the police department for the purchase of 2 police vehicles, and to meet said appropriation, the sum $85,000 be transferred from free cash.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Kader?
Thank you. I just want to give a very, very brief overview of the capital articles because they're taking up, in terms of the process of the town, they're all taken up as a capital budget. So very briefly, we have a process in town whereby all capital projects, be they equipment or buildings or infrastructure, is all done in a coordinated fashion. It's a 6-year plan minimally of all the projects we want to do for the next 6 years. Each individual year is considered a capital budget. Now, in theory, as you move through, if you have a project that's 6 years out, it moves up each year until it gets here. So tonight, the capital budget that is before you are Articles 21 through Articles 29. I just want to talk very briefly about the funding sources and the tax impacts. Tonight, all of these articles combined is $3.5 million. About 2.8 of it are general fund articles, and roughly $670,000 are water and sewer enterprise funds. So any project that is included in the water and sewer enterprise fund are paid by user fees and not general tax dollars. The general fund capital projects, Articles 21 through 26, are funded through general tax dollars. However, one of the things that we talked about earlier in the budget presentation is that we don't use one-time revenues in our operating budget. We limit one-time revenues to 1%. All other one-time revenues, budget surplus or anything else that comes through, we use it to offset and pay cash for our capital. So in this particular budget, you're looking, it's this capital budget rather, roughly 63% of these projects are paid for on a cash basis, which means $1.8 million of that 2.8 in general fund projects will have, if approved, no additional tax impact. And just briefly, let me go through those. We're talking about 2 police cruisers under Article 21, a new roof on the police station under Article 22, under Article 24, a 6-wheel dump truck, a new sidewalk plow, Article 25, and $300,000 in roadway improvements under Article 26. If you approve all of those articles this evening, There is no additional tax impact. We're using one-time revenues and budget surplus to pay for those articles. Now, in the general fund, we do have roadway improvements to the Church Street culvert. This is a major project. It's a $2 million project. Now, normally you would bond a project like that for at least 20 years. What we're proposing tonight is to pay cash for half of it and to bond approximately $1 million. So when you look at what this is going to cost for all these projects, you can see here, again, 63% is pay as you go. The only thing being bonded is half the Church Street project, which in really, I don't know of any other towns that pay cash for a project of that size. It's one of the things that we're very proud of because it limits the additional tax impact. The only other thing is you'll hear about an inflow and infiltration study in the sewer enterprise fund. And basically that's looking at cracks and issues with the sewer system. It's a DEP mandated review. We need to find those cracks and infiltration and fix them. That's $500,000. Again, that would be bonded and paid for out of sewer enterprise funds. So I hope as you go through these articles, understand this is part of a long-range, 6+ year planning process, and the vast majority of these projects are being paid as we go with no additional tax impact. One of the things that we do very well in this community, when you look at our budget, we don't have one-time gimmicks and we aren't deferring maintenance and equipment, and this is how we go about it. We're investing in our equipment so that the DPW can do its job, the police department can do its job, and all the departments can provide the services that you've come to rely on. This slide, again, just like in the earlier budget presentation, if you approve all these projects this evening, we will have expended, we will have spent almost $12 million in pay-as-you-go capital, not generating any debt or finance charges for the town of Northborough. The other thing is, as I want to remind you, is this capital budget and all these projects have the unanimous support of the Appropriations Committee and the Financial Planning Committee, as we have had every year, enjoyed that support. With that, I'm going to move and through the moderator, allow the police chief to come up and go through his two projects.
It's kind of a bittersweet moment after this being my 14th and final town meeting as your police chief. Thank you. Article 21 seeks to replace two of our more well-used vehicles, a 2012 Ford Expedition, which is our supervisor's vehicle. This vehicle carries a tremendous amount of specialized equipment and ensures that it's always on the road and always available to immediately respond. We are also replacing our final of the older Ford Crown Victorias, 2011 model number, or model year, and that'll be replaced with one of the all-wheel drive police interceptor utilities, or SUVs, that we've seen. I started my career 40 years ago, and when I look at the equipment that we carry nowadays, it's just unbelievable compared to, you know, the pickaxe handle and the lantern that I had 40 years ago. But seriously, we continue to try and build out vehicles that no matter where they go, they're ready for immediate action. We have a schedule for our vehicles. Patrol vehicles have a life cycle of 4 years and 100,000 miles, at which point the extended warranty runs out, and typically everything begins to break, and none of it's cheap. So, tonight, as I said, we seek to replace these two vehicles, along with all the equipment that goes in it. We try to reuse, moving from vehicle to vehicle, as much of the equipment as we can that is still serviceable. And that concludes my presentation on Article 21.
May I hear from Appropriations on Article 21, please?
Mr. Moderator, Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
That's easier to see. I was visualizing it.
You like that?
Yeah. Any questions? Any discussion on Article 21?
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
Financial Planning has a recommendation on that article, if you'd like it.
Why not? Sure, we'll take it.
All right. Maybe no shock to you people, but we unanimously approve recommendation of this article.
Thank you. No questions? No discussion? This is what we're voting on for Article 21. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $85,000 for the use of the police department for the purchase of 2 police vehicles, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $85,000 be transferred from free cash. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition? Article 21 passes. Article 22.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $90,000 for the replacement of the police station roof, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $90,000 be transferred from free cash.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Chief Leahy.
So if you can envision for a minute that up above this car that you see that there's a roof. Just kidding. The police department was built in 1989, and it had a typical asphalt shingle roof. And about 7 years ago, we realized that we were starting to have issues with leakage, with shingles falling off the building, with considerable growth on the backside of the building, et cetera. And it's a project that we've been monitoring, and now we are ready to move forward with. The thing that you have to remember is you can look at it and think, well, gee, that seems like a lot of money for a roof. Well, it is a lot of money for a roof, and it's probably a whole lot more money than you should have to pay. However, we are subject to the state prevailing wage law. So, you know, we can't go out and do what we all can do as homeowners. So that definitely increases the cost. We explored the cost of a metal roof. That was considerably more money for us, given the fact that it is a wood-sided, wood-frame building to begin with. So we are asking for a new 30-year asphalt shingle roof, very similar to what you would put on your home.
Thank you. May I hear from Financial Planning, please? Aha.
Mr. Moderator, Financial Planning Committee unanimously approves recommendation for this article.
And may I hear from Appropriations, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee, by unanimous vote, recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any questions, any discussion on Article 22? Yes, please.
I did not think it was appropriate for you to do this as your Eagle Scout project either.
That was my brother. But, Will Frankian. After you replace a roof, is kind of the best time to look at solar. I work in the industry, and that's what we recommend. So, not to plug my company, but would you consider a solar evaluation for the police station?
It actually is one of the goals of the town administrator to look at solar and its applicability for all of our town buildings. That would include us.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Mr. Moderator, Ken Hutchins, 91 Brigham Street. I think that the majority of the leaks right now are over the chief's office, and that's probably why he's leaving.
And why would those be leaking?
Chief, that would be better than leaks under the chief's office.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Stone.
Yeah, Doug Stone, 33 Birch Hill. Is there any progress on the exemption for the prevailing wages for smaller projects?
Please.
Yes, very briefly, the town of Northborough, through its legislative delegation, asked for a home rule petition to exempt projects we asked for originally $150,000, but we would settle for $100,000. Our home rule petition went to the Rules Committee in the legislature. The sole job of the Rules Committee is just to determine what committee it goes to get studied. It never made it out of the Rules Committee. So, and just to put a number on this, I asked our building inspector to look at the difference between prevailing wage rates or what you would pay as a homeowner, and it's a $37,000 premium on this job. The prevailing wage for a roofer is $65 an hour. If you annualize that out, it's $130,000 roughly a year. I think that's a livable wage, personally. So we continue to work, we continue to lobby. However, there isn't an appetite on Beacon Hill.
Are there any other questions on Article 22? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $90,000 for the replacement of the police station roof, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $90,000 be transferred from free cash. Again, this is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 22 passes.
Mr. Moderator, may I
Yes.
have one brief moment?
You can have 2 brief moments if you like.
I'll take 2 brief moments. There's just a number of people that I would like to thank tonight on my way out the door. The first one is a man that you saw walk up to receive his plaque right before me. Lieutenant Bill Liver is known to very many of you. He is a son of the town of Northborough who has devoted his life to public safety, first as a call firefighter and then as a police officer here in the town. It's been my good fortune to work with Bill Liver. I had and continue to have great hopes that Bill Liver, an eminently qualified person, will be the person that would hopefully follow me as your chief of police and return this job to a son of the town of Northborough. And Bill, I want to thank you for everything you've done. Secondly, to all the men and the women that are sitting over here, my brother and sister department heads who I've had the great pleasure and fun of working with for 13 years. A lot of them are people that you don't hear a great deal about, but they are the folks that deliver the services to you each and every day. They are there for one another all the time. In 13 years, I never saw a bicker or an argument. All you ever heard was, what can I do to help? And that's just exceptional in any work environment. So to all of you, thank you for allowing me to have a good time here for 13 years. I'll miss you all. To my predecessor, Chief Ken Hutchins, thank you for giving me a ship that was on this incredible straight course when I got here. And I've done my very best to uphold everything you did for the 23 years before I arrived here, Chief. Thank you. You're a heck of a guy. And lastly, I want all of you to know how much I appreciate the opportunity I had to serve each and every one of you as your police chief. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
How fortunate can we be? We have 2 great chiefs in the room at the same time, and they actually like each other. That's amazing. Article 23.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $2 million to replace the Church Street culvert, and to meet said appropriations, the sum of $1,460 to be transferred from free cash, and the sum of $29,500 to be transferred for the unexpended bond proceeds from Article 21 approved April 28, 2008. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 20, in the sum of $1,027,000 to be raised by borrowing in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, parentheses 4, or any other enabling authority in the Treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen to be authorized to issue bonds or notes therefore.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Nason, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This request is to fund the replacement of the Church Street culvert over Cold Harbor Brook. As everyone knows, this is a critical link between Route 20 to the south and Route 290 to the north. Current structure is in fair condition, however, the granite slab is cracked underneath the sidewalk. The project includes a proposed widening of Church Street in this area to extend the extra lane approaching Route 20 intersection. The project has been fully designed and publicly bid.
Thank you. May I hear from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this project.
And appropriations.
Mr. Moderator, the committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Any questions, any discussion on Article 23? Yes.
So I'll ask the question that probably everybody wants to know. Okay, how are we going to get through Church Street into downtown while this is going on?
Mr. Moderator, yes, very good question. That actually came up during the preliminary phases of us looking at how we're going to take care of this situation. It was quite a few meetings between myself, the police chief, fire chief. That was the police chief's and fire chief's main concern as well. So what we're doing was going to phase this project, and by phasing, meaning that we're going to maintain 2 accesses or 2 lanes open, one outbound, one inbound at all times. You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Discussion. Please come down to the microphone.
This is Denise Sullivan on Pleasant Street. Is the picture on the right a representation of what it will look like? Are we keeping the good looks of the bridge the way it was with the nice old stone construction and not some of these other newer ones that are just metal rails that are thrown up to make a bridge?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, due to the way that we're constructing this, we can't use those existing stones. That picture that you referred to on the right up there, that is actually a picture of the existing structure, but we will have a stone facade put on it. It is part of the project on this. The way this is constructed, it actually needs to be reinforced concrete in order to meet the crash standards. These current parapet walls do not meet any crash standards, so in order to meet that, we do have to fabricate it out of reinforced concrete. However, there will be a stone facade placed on top of that.
Okay, good.
So we'll still have a similar look to this. Thank you.
Seeing there are no more questions, this is what we're voting on for Article 23. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $2 million to replace the Church Street culvert, and to meet said appropriations, the sum of $943,460 be transferred from free cash, and the sum of $29,540 be transferred from the unexpended bond proceeds from Article 21, approved April 28, 2008. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 20, and the sum of $1,027,000 be raised by borrowing, in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7, parentheses 4, or any other enabling authority, and the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, be authorized to issue bonds or notes therefore. This is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? I declare that Article 23 passed by a 2/3 vote. Article 24.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $215,000 to purchase a 6-wheel dump truck with spreader and plow, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $215,000 be transferred from free cash.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article is to replace an existing 1997 6-wheel dump truck with a spreader and plow, similar to the model you see in the photo. This vehicle is used for snow removal operations, plowing and treating of roadways, and to haul materials during the construction season. The useful life of these vehicles is 15 to 20 years. This vehicle will be 20 years old when we replace it. We have 10 six-wheel model dump trucks in service now.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this project.
Thank you. And Financial Planning?
Mr. Moderator, Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any discussion, any questions? Yes, please. I have to ask you to use the microphone.
Does it really need to be replaced? Like, just because the expected lifespan is 20 years, how's it going right now? How's it driving?
Please.
With the battery. Not so great. These vehicles actually see the absolute worst case scenarios. I mean, they're constantly loaded with salt. They're just driven hard, and that's just the operations. I mean, you compare a 20-year-old vehicle like this in a construction industry where most construction companies would replace theirs every 3 to 5 years. A lot of times construction companies lease their vehicles, so they get brand new ones every 3 to 5 years. We try to get everything we can out of them out of 20 years, and at this point, they're extremely tired.
Got it.
Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 24. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $215,000 to purchase a 6-wheel dump truck with spreader and plow, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $215,000 be transferred from free cash. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 24 passes. Article 25, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $180,000 for the purchase of a sidewalk snow clearing machine, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $180,000 be transferred from free cash.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Nason.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article is to replace an existing 2002 sidewalk machine, as the one shown in the photo behind me. This clears snow from the various sidewalks throughout town. It's a multi-purpose vehicle that not only plows, but it also has a snowblower attachment, and it has a sweeper and a broom attachment for the sidewalks, as well as a spreader attachment that goes in the back that we can actually spread salt. It is beyond its useful lifespan of 10 to 12 years. It's currently 14 years old. This is one of 2 sidewalk machines that we have.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations on Article 25, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And Financial Planning, please.
Mr. Moderator, Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussion on Article 25? Yes, please.
We just approved $215,000 for a 6-wheel dump truck. Now, we have a sidewalk machine for $180,000. It's only, what, $40,000 difference, $35,000 difference here? Why is the sidewalk machine so expensive?
Please. Mr. Moderator. Yes, thank you. They just are. I mean, there's basically 3 different manufacturers of these specialized vehicles, and this is based upon an existing quote, and they are that expensive. All the attachments are extremely expensive. They're multi-use vehicles. It's not like you're just driving it as a dump truck.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, they're very expensive. They're made specifically for this operation. They're extremely narrow. They're about 47.5 inches wide, 48 inches wide, so they can fit exactly on a sidewalk. So it's a specialized piece of equipment.
And expensive.
Sir, exactly. May I have your name, please, for the record?
John Fitzgerald, 145 Maynard Street.
Thank you. Any other questions on 25? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $180,000 for the purchase of a sidewalk snow clearing machine, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $185,000 be transferred from free cash. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed? Article 25 passes. Article 26, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the... All right. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $300,000 for road improvements and maintenance, and to meet said appropriations, the sum of $300,000 be transferred from free cash.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 26, this is actually, there's 2 slides to this presentation, but I'll be brief. In late 2013, early 2014, a pavement management study was completed as commissioned by the DPW. This was actually to inventory all the roadways. At that point, there was no inventory of our roadway systems. So it was to inventory, evaluate, and assess the pavement condition. So if you see from the slide behind us, the results of that, basically, we looked at 3 different funding scenarios. You can see the colors there. The bottom red line indicates roughly the spending of about $500,000, which are our current state Chapter 90 funding. And you see the results of the pavement condition index, the pavement condition assessment, establish our base pavement of about 71. That's our average throughout the whole community. So if we were to continually only invest the $500,000 Chapter 90 funds, you see the condition index actually declines over the coming years. Scenario number 2, which is the middle line, the green line, is if we invest $1.1 million year after year. That maintains our pavement condition index at a 71, which is what the roads are currently. If we were to invest $2 million, the roadway condition will obviously improve. So basically, this article is to fund an additional $300,000, which is the state gap that we're currently in. So the current roadway funding that we have in place right now, which is our state Chapter 90 funding, is $500,000. Add the $300,000 that we have in our current operating budget, the general fund operating budget, that's $800,000. In order to meet that $1.1 million, we need to maintain the PCI, or pavement condition index, at $1.1 million. We need $300,000. This article is to support the additional $300,000 that we need to maintain those level fundings. We're also continuing lobbying both at the Mass Municipal Association as well as the local highway associations. And we're hoping that the lobbying efforts at the state level will result in getting additional statewide funding back to the original $300 million that the state had provided in a prior year. In the meantime, we're going to continually to reevaluate the budget to see if we need this funding in the coming future.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations on Article 26, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. And Financial Planning?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions, any discussion on Article 26? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $300,000 for road improvements and maintenance, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $300,000 be transferred from free cash. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition. Article 26 passes. Article 27, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $500,000 to fund a comprehensive study and implement a detailed operation and maintenance plan to mitigate inflow and infiltration into the town's sanitary sewer system, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $500,000 be raised by borrowing, in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7, or any other enabling authority, and the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, be authorized to issue bonds or notes therefore.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Nason.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's basically to define I&I, as it's so-called. It's the first I stands for inflow, the second I stands for infiltration. It's simple as that. So inflow is the flow of stormwater runoff through the manhole covers that you see at the grade, at the roadway surface. Infiltration is what's actually getting into the system from the groundwater in pipe connections, system cracks, or other joints that are actually below grade. So that's the definition of the inflow versus the infiltration. So mitigating this I&I reduces the volume of runoff and groundwater, which is actually quote-unquote clean water that doesn't need to be treated at the wastewater treatment plant. We're trying to remove that and mitigate it out of the wastewater treatment plant. So if we keep it out of the sewer lines, then we don't have to treat that at the wastewater treatment plant. So this request is to fund a comprehensive study and implement a detailed operation and maintenance plan that is currently mandated by the state DEP under a new regulation, which is 314 CMR, Code of Massachusetts Regulation, Section 12.04.
Thank you. Appropriations, what say you?
We say we recommend approval of this article.
And financial planning?
Mr. Moderator, Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions, any discussion on Article 27? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 27, and it's a majority, a two-thirds vote. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $500,000 to fund a comprehensive study and implement a detailed operations and maintenance plan to mitigate inflow and infiltration into the town's sanitary sewer system, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $500,000 be raised by borrowing in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7, or any other enabling authority, and the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, be authorized to issue bonds or notes therefore. Again, this is a two-thirds vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? I declare Article 27 is passed by a two-thirds vote. Article 28, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $75,000 for the purchase of a water gate valve maintenance trailer, and to meet said appropriations, the sum of $75,000 be transferred from water enterprise free cash.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded, and the DPW director's still here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. You have to love unfunded mandates. Article 28, this request is to fund a water gate valve maintenance trailer to satisfy a mandate again by the state DEP. As a result of a regular annual checkup, I guess, of our water system, the state comes in and basically evaluates your entire system. And one of the mandates that they're placing on us is to actually locate and exercise, clean, inspect all of the gate valves throughout town. So this trailer actually enhances the efficiency, reduces potential damage to the valves, and ensures employee safety. So we're looking for your support on this article.
Thank you. Financial planning. May I have your input on Article 28?
Sure. Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And appropriations, Article 28.
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee recommends unanimously approval of this article.
Thank you. Any questions, any discussion on Article 28? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $75,000 for the purchase of a water gate valve maintenance trailer, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $75,000 be transferred from water enterprise free cash. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 28 passes. Article 29, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $95,000 for the purchase of a one-ton dump truck with plow for the Water and Sewer Enterprise Divisions of the Department of Public Works. And to meet said appropriation, the sum of $57,000 be transferred from Water Enterprise Free Cash, and the sum of $38,000 be transferred from Sewer Enterprise Free Cash, for a total of $95,000.
Motion has been made and seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 29 is to replace a 2006 dump truck with a plow that's similar to the one pictured above. This performs everyday tasks, including moving material and equipment carried and towed by these vehicles. These are often paired with large six-wheel dump trucks, which is greater than 36,000 GVW, to perform snow removal operations. The useful lifespan of a vehicle like this is roughly 10 to 12 years. This will be 11 years old when replaced, and this will replace the only one-ton dump truck that the Water and Sewer Department has currently.
Thank you. Financial Planning, Article 29.
Mr. Moderator, Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And Appropriations.
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions, any discussion on Article 29? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $95,000 for the purchase of a one-ton dump truck with plow for the Water and Sewer Enterprise Divisions of the Department of Public Works, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $57,000 be transferred from Water Enterprise free cash, and the sum of $38,000 be transferred from Sewer Enterprise free cash, for a total of $95,000. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 29 passes.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. And Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I also just want to say I've only been here 4 short years, but I've had the pleasure of working with both Chief Leahy and Lieutenant Liver for those short 4 years, and they've been nothing but professional. They're fantastic to work with. I've worked with other departments like that, and it's just, it's unremarkable. It's just fantastic. So thank you.
Article 30, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $20,000 for the use of the 250th Town Anniversary Committee, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $20,000 be transferred from free cash.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Mrs. George, tell us about the Sester Centennial.
Thank you, Mr. George. Thank you, Ms. Rand. I'm Virginia Sims George, and I'm chairing the 250th Town Anniversary Celebration. We got off to a wonderful start this year by having, on January the 24th, our opening ceremony where we had Lieutenant Governor, some of our representatives, and others to talk about and read the town charter. And from there, we had a party celebrating the 250th anniversary with a cake made in the replica of the first church. It was a wonderful event. Armenios did a coffee for us, and so you can find at the Lowe's store and or Roach Brothers the 250th anniversary coffee. From there, we went to Gala, which we had a wonderful time celebrating the town, and we had over 350 people there. We plan events from February to the end of the year, and because we're a small committee, we are not able to do them all, so we've asked the town to partner with us. And so we're in partnership with the Historical Society and many of the town committees. We mentioned the school. Peasley did a wonderful event. We'll be carrying them out. They're designed to be free, and we want everybody to come out and to enjoy them and to participate. I won't go through the list to try to read and tell you everything we're doing. We do have a website, and you can go to 250th@town.northborough.ma.us, and you can see the list of things that we will be doing from now until the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I hear from the Board of Selectmen on Article 30, please.
Mr. Moderator, the Board of Selectmen unanimously recommend approval of this article.
Thank you. And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 30?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions on Article 30? Any discussion? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $20,000 for the use of the 250th Town Anniversary Committee, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $20,000 be transferred from free cash. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 30 passes. Article 31, John Campbell.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to transfer the care and custody of the property shown on Assessor's Map 45 as parcel 131, 0 Meadowbrook Road, .68 acres, and the property shown on Assessor's Map 46 as parcel 55, 23 Overlook Drive, 2.42 acres, to the Conservation Commission for open space and passive recreation purposes pursuant to the General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 8C.
Motion has been made and seconded.
Sorry about that. Good evening, John Campbell, and right now I've got my open space hat on, okay? And this article is about saving two small parcels that are essentially landlocked. They are town-owned currently, and we're making a motion to put them in permanent protection with the Conservation Commission. This is part of a project that the Open Space Committee has pursued over the last year to look for various parcels in town that could be candidates for permanent protection. That makes sense because in general they abut other conservation land or other open space. These two abut the existing Edmund Hill Woods, and it will add 3.1 acres to that, as you can see. Also, interestingly, this article, if you vote yes, will resolve a small issue that we had when the senior center was built. That circle is around an oak tree that happens to, we wanted to save it, and in the process of saving it, the senior center project encroached on a small amount of square footage of conservation land, which violated the original agreement to use the land and the way the land was obtained with some state grants. So by converting these two parcels, it satisfies a swap with the state, whereby we will resolve that issue as well. So what you're voting on is to approve these two small parcels to be added to conservation land.
And Mr. Campbell, I understand that you had information about the Conservation Commission as well as the Open Space Committee and their thoughts on this article.
Yes, sir. Both the Open Space Committee and the Conservation Committee voted in approval and issued letters of support for this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions, any discussion on Article 31? Yes, please.
Will Frankian, 125 Howard Street. Is there any remediation or cleanup needed of these properties to get them ready for the conservation land?
No, sir. None that we know of.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions on Article 31? Not hearing any, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to transfer the care and custody of the property shown on Assessor's Map 45 as parcel 131, 0 Meadowbrook Road, approximately 0.68 acres, and the property shown on Assessor's Map 46 as parcel 55, 23 Overlock Drive, approximately 2.42 acres, to the Conservation Commission for open space and passive recreation purposes, pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 8C. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those in opposition. I declare that Article 31 has passed by a 2/3 vote.
Thank you, Mr.
Article
Moderator.
32.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 164, Section 134, to initiate the process to aggregate electrical load for interested electric utility customers in the town of Northborough, and to authorize the town administrator to enter into an agreement or an agreement for services to facilitate the sale and purchase of electric energy and other related services for terms of up to or in excess of 3 years, either independently or through intermunicipal agreements with other municipalities or other political subdivisions or regional governmental entities, on such terms and conditions as are deemed to be in the best interest of the town, its residents and businesses, provided that any agreement for such purposes shall include a provision securing to individual consumers the ability to opt out at their discretion so as to be able to choose from among any available alternative electric supply service.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Kadir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The town of Northborough currently pools its electricity demands, and we go out in the commodities market. We actually pool all of our municipal buildings, and we work with the regional school committee, as a matter of fact. And we enter into agreements typically in the length of about 3 years. And what we're able to do is we're able to buy electricity at a cheaper rate by buying in a larger volume. What this article proposes is to do the same thing through the town on behalf of its residents. And the town buildings and facilities enjoy a rate that is much less than what you are paying. What I'd like to do, if you authorize this article, is to pool the electricity use and demands of the residents and the businesses in town and get you a lower rate. And there is no upside to this for me. It's more work on the part of the town. The only point of doing this is to get the residents a cheaper rate on their electricity by coordinating this program on your behalf. And if you read in the article and under the explanation, you have an opt-out, so nobody's required to participate. There is no downside for you with regard to this. You can participate, or if it's something you're not interested in, you don't need to participate. When they deregulated the electric industry in 1997, the legislature envisioned all these private markets springing up where you as residents would be able to go out and buy electricity in the open market at a discounted rate. The reality is those markets never really materialized. And so what's happened is the larger users have been able to do this, but the typical resident, although there are some options available, it's complicated, and people are concerned about signing on and being locked into something that might not turn out to be beneficial. So this exact program was done last year in Westboro. We're working with the town of Southborough. They're in the exact same process of going out on behalf of their residents. Again, the only reason to do this is to try to get the residents a cheaper rate on their electricity. There's no other motive involved.
Thank you. May I hear from the Board of Selectmen on Article 32, please?
Mr. Moderator, Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 32?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Sir, I assume you have a question or a discussion.
Ernie Walshman, 69 Washburn Street. If you have solar and you sell power back to the power company, does this have any effect on it? Or is this two separate issues, nothing to do with the other?
Two separate initiatives trying to save the taxpayers' money.
Okay.
On our facilities, we're looking at putting solar on all of our facilities. We are meeting actually next Monday with a consultant that's going to start walking around and doing an assessment on our buildings. So that reduces the costs of electricity, say for this building, which reduces the taxes. This program we're talking about is completely separate. It's just for the residents.
Okay.
And again, as I said, you can opt out if you don't want to participate.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
How soon would it be implemented?
I have the RFP in the file right here, and my sense is shortly after town meeting, we'll go through a process to select a consultant to oversee the program and to help us get into the market and make those purchases. So I would anticipate trying to get this going by this summer.
Yes, please.
Ed Harlow, 20 School Street.
Yes.
Will consumers be able to choose the source of the electrical generation, like whether it's green or not, or?
That's one of the things that we're going to be looking at.
Thank you.
Well, you're really exercising that new town meeting ticket, aren't you? There you go.
Are there any other questions on Article 32? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 161, Section 131, to initiate the process to aggregate electrical load for interested electrical utility customers in the town of Northborough, and to authorize the town administrator to enter into an agreement or an agreement for services to facilitate the sale and purchase of electric energy and other related services for terms of up to or in excess of 3 years, either independently or through intermunicipal agreements with other municipalities or other political subdivisions or regional governmental entities on such terms and conditions as are deemed to be in the best interest of the town, its residents, and businesses, provided that any agreement for such purposes shall include a provision securing to individual consumers the ability to opt out at their discretion so as to be able to choose from among any available alternative electric supply service. That was hard. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed?
Thank you.
Article 32 passes. Article 33.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to amend the consolidated personal bylaw as shown in the handout entitled Article 33, Consolidated Personnel Bylaw Amendments, 2016 Annual Town Meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Please, Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The handout was available on your way in tonight that details the basically housekeeping article before us. Reclassifies an existing position, a cable access television studio assistant position, from Schedule D of the town's personnel bylaw to Schedule A. Schedule D is essentially composed of positions that are seasonal, substitute, on-call, temporary types of positions. This one, we're just trying to reclassify it to Schedule A, where we think it is better suited. It's been approved through the Personnel Board, and as you heard earlier tonight, this is part of the cable access operation that is funded through Verizon and Charter, and it is not, there's no tax impact. It is not funded through the general fund.
Thank you. Do we have someone from the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee here? Yes. Could we get your input as to your recommendation?
Sure. The Municipal Code and Bylaws Committee agreed to approve this article.
Thank you. And is there someone here from the Personnel Board? Oh, my.
Mr. Moderator, the Personnel Board approves this article.
Thank you. Any questions on Article 33? Hearing no questions, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend the Consolidated Personnel Bylaw as shown in the handout entitled Article 33, Consolidated Personnel Bylaw Amendments, 2016, Annual Town Meeting. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed? Article 33 passes. Article 34, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to amend the Northborough Municipal Code Charter 1-80 Administrative Legislation, Section 1-80-010, date of annual town meeting, by deleting the text shown as stricken through and replacing it with the text shown as underlined as set forth in the warrant.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded, and presentation is by Andrew Dowd, our town clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
This article simply seeks to change the day of the annual town election from its current Monday schedule to Tuesday, which would more likely coincide in your minds with what election day tends to fall on. So it's just a simple change that will hopefully encourage more folks to show up and vote in our town election, which this year is May 9th, by the way, which is still be a Monday. So if this passes, it would go into effect next year. We're doing this jointly with the town of Southborough because our elections are held on the same day because we each elect members of our regional school committee. Their town meeting has already been held, and they did pass the article. No pressure. Thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Municipal Code and Bylaws Committee agreed to approve this article.
Thank you. And may I hear from the Board of Selectmen, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Board of Selectmen unanimously recommend approval of this article.
Thank you. Any questions, any discussion on Article 34? Looks like it's pretty hot subject. Okay, this is what we're going to vote on for Article 34. I move the town vote to amend the Northborough Municipal Code, Chapter 1-80, Administrative Legislation, Section 1-80-010, Date of Annual Town Election, by deleting the text shown as stricken through and replacing it with the text shown as underlined, as set forth in the warrant. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed? Article 34 passes. Article 35.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $4,900 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Historic District Commission for the purpose of 2 signs to identify historic sites.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. Good evening again. John Campbell now here for the Community Preservation Committee. I thank you all for hanging in here tonight. We're going to have some fun, I promise. Reminder, everything we're going to talk about for the next 8 articles, not including the very last one, but the next 8 articles is all CPA funds that are either already in a reserve or they come from a state match or the small surcharge on your tax bill. So far, we've gotten almost $2 million in state match into Northborough through this program. And in fact, at the end of this current calendar year, we probably will have over $2 million. A reminder on how the CPA works. Every year we take in a certain amount of revenue plus the state match, as I mentioned. We must allocate at least 10% to open space acquisition, 10% to affordable housing creation, and 10% to historic preservation purposes. The remaining 70% can be used over any of those 3 purposes or in addition for recreation. So this one tonight, Article 35, is a continuation of the Historic Commission's effort to put up informational signs to enhance the history of Northborough and enhance the town's awareness of it. It's right in keeping with the 250th anniversary that we just heard about. The first sign is we're going to recognize the First Parish Church. You're going to hear about that in a moment as well. The second sign is recognizing the late Mark Fidress, a Northborough resident who was a famous pitcher called the Bird with the Detroit Tigers. And this article presentation would not be complete without my own Mark Fidress selfie. Mark pitched at the 2005 Northborough baseball coaches game in September of that year, and it was a pleasure meeting him, pleasure knowing him. So I ask your support on this article. Mr. Moderator.
I believe, thank you. I have to tell the truth, I wasn't listening, and I'm so sorry.
It's quite all right.
But may I hear it from the Appropriations Committee on Article 35, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee recommends unanimously approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions, any discussion on Article 35?
Yeah, I just wanted to take this opportunity to show off my Detroit Tigers tie that I'm wearing in honor of Mark Fidrich.
Very nice.
Any other discussion on Article 35? Not hearing any. This is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $4,900 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Historic District Commission for the purchase of 2 signs to identify significant historical sites. This would require, I didn't ask for appropriations. I do apologize, appropriations. What say you on Article 35?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. This is what we're voting on for Article 35. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $4,900 from the Community Preservation Funds to the Northborough Historic District Commission for the purchase of 2 signs to identify significant historical sites. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed? Article 35 passes. Yes. Mr. Hutchins.
Aaron Hutchins, Brigham Street. In light of the hour and the upcoming articles that are sure to generate probably a lot of commotion, I would make a motion to suspend the rules so that we continue past the 11 o'clock hour.
Motion has been made. I do not hear a second.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Well, folks, let's have a discussion about this, okay? Because there are a lot of people that came here tonight for hoping that we could get to their preferred article. If we can do that without being here until 3 o'clock in the morning, I have no desire to do that. I think it would be an opportunity for us to do something, get it done, and get it in the record books. I understand also many of you have deadlines that you may need to be home at a certain time. So, what is the pleasure of the floor, of the town meeting board floor?
11:30.
Yes, please.
I promise you, Mr. Moderator, that we can get the information out to the voters quickly. It's 10:34. I believe there'll be adequate time to vote, and I hope you'll all hang in there with me.
Okay? Okay. So it's been made and seconded. We need to vote on it. All in favor of suspending the rules, please raise your cards. It's a 2/3 vote, okay? Those in opposition? I declare that the motion to suspend the rules has passed by a 2/3 vote. Sorry, Mr. Campbell. Please.
Article 36, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $2,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Historic District Commission to conduct a property line survey of the old Brigham Street burial ground.
Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Campbell, please.
All right, speed talking. This is just really a continuation of the Historic Commission's work on the Brigham Street burial ground. Won't go through the history of it. It's been there a long time. And the $2,000 of professional services to create accurate boundaries and to contribute to the ongoing effort. Thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations on Article 36, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions, any discussion on Article 36? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Howland Harlow at 20 School Street.
At the wonderful event we had at First Parish, we learned that 69 children had died in 1 year and are buried in that grave. And I'm wondering if there's some way to include a recognition of the life that was spent in just 1 year.
I believe the Historic Commission's goal is to go through this process of identifying the boundaries, ultimately identifying how many burials are there, and I think ultimately to recognize it, probably with the same type of plaque you just approved in the previous articles. So I think it's a great idea.
I appreciate that.
Chief Hutchins.
Yes. I'm just curious to know whether this it's a town cemetery. Is it possible, or are there available sites there where somebody could be buried? Because I'm looking for a new home pretty soon here. And I live on Brigham Street, and this just sounds appropriate, you know.
I'm sure there'll be room for you.
Yeah. So will there be available sites there? I mean, that's...
I honestly don't know the answer, if it's going to be open for new business.
Okay.
By the way, Red Sox won tonight, 1-0.
Any other discussion on Article 36? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $2,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Historic District Commission to conduct a property line survey of the old Brigham Street burial ground. And this is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed? Article 36 passes. Article 37, please.
I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $54,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the First Parish Unitarian Universalist Church for restoration, accessibility improvements at the church and meeting house located at 40 Church Street.
Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Campbell.
Well, to me, I was extremely happy when the First Parish Church people came to the Community Preservation Committee and asked about the opportunity to restore this church. It was the first one we attended when I moved to town over 20 years ago. I think it's iconic in town. It represents who we are and our history. And so it's a very good use of CPA. You should know restorations to church buildings are allowable under CPA. And in this case, the restorations are planned to include repairs to the belfry, the bell tower, the louvers and siding up there, as well as to repaint in gold leaf the clock face and weather vane. And finally, to provide handicapped access into the building by a ramp into the meeting house and also accessibility at one of the pews. I think it's a terrific project, and I ask your approval.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations Committee on Article 37, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And may I hear from Financial Planning, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, any discussion on Article 37? Yes, please. Please state your name and your address.
Good evening. I'm Peter Bacala. I live at 51 Weston Terrace. I have a contextual question. Some of the articles up to Article 41 talk about spending money, and then it says, or any other sum. And I didn't mind talking about signs or $2,000 for a survey, but when we start talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars or any other sum, I was interested in understanding what governance we have to make sure that $100,000 or $400,000 doesn't run away into something that the town does not have visibility to. So could you kind of clarify how we contain the expenditures?
I'll ask advice from town council, town administration on the wording.
Mr. Moderator, while the article may include the words or any other sum, all of the motions that are made at the meeting are for a specific amount, and that is actually what is required. And so any of the motions made under these articles will be for a sum certain only.
Good question.
Any other questions on Article 37? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $57,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the First Parish Unitarian Universalist for restoration and accessibility improvements at the church and meeting house located at 40 Church Street. And this is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 37 passes. Article 38, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $100,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation for the purpose of the creation of affordable housing.
Motion has been made and seconded.
This article really just asks your continued support of the terrific affordable housing initiatives and projects that have been carried out by our Affordable Housing Corporation. Last year, the town voted $500,000 into the Affordable Housing Corporation. This is essentially acting as our reserve for affordable housing opportunities that come up more quickly than the town meeting cycle. There's an existing agreement with the town in that those funds are, in a sense, held and managed by the town until needed for the particular projects, and it's really working out well for Northborough. The picture you saw is the senior apartments that were completed a couple of years ago, and now there's a nice new project that will help. It's really an example of how we can leverage CPA funds with other entities. In this case, the Affordable Housing Corporation will join with Habitat for Humanity, each roughly 50% into the project, and we're going to create 4 more affordable housing apartments at the buildings that are just east of the current Trinity Church. These are being sold at a discount by the Trinity Church to the Affordable Housing Corporation and will end up adding to our affordable housing stock. So the money you're voting in is to go into their reserves for use on this project and others that will come, others that are in the works, and it'll just contribute to more affordable housing creation. Thank you.
Thank you. And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 38, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And may I hear from Financial Planning Committee on this article?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion on Article 38? Okay. You can go ahead.
Can you tell me a little bit about Peter Brockman, 11 Liberty Drive? Can you speak for a few minutes just about what the history of the Community Preservation Fund is? It strikes me as being a big gap between doing a repair to a historic building and affordable housing. Could you just draw that line for me?
Sure. The Community Preservation Act created the Community Preservation Fund at the state level. The state collects a tax or surcharge on any property transaction at the Registry of Deeds. That goes into a big pot, and every town that enacts it gets a share of that pot. Northborough enacted it in 2004 by a town election, and subsequent to that, as part of that, we agreed to a 1.5% surcharge on our property tax. The state then matches, to a certain degree, that income that we take in, and that happens year over year. The fund then, by law, must be used for one of the 3 main entities. So affordable housing is one of the 3. Historic preservation that we've been speaking about is a second one. And open space saving, open space acquisition is the 3rd main area, that with open space and recreation. So that's why you're hearing about all 3 tonight.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Kathleen Pierce, 110 Pleasant Street. I'm just wondering, this is such a historic building, the Gale store. Is there any effort being made to preserve as much of that building as possible and the appearance of the building?
The building that's becoming the apartments?
I'm sorry, I can't.
The building that will become the apartments, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, well, there are 2 buildings there.
Right.
So I'm asking about the Gale store with the pillars in the front.
Oh, well, the project won't destroy those features, to my knowledge, but it's not geared specifically toward the historic restoration. So
It's
the funds from our reserves and from our revenue are not from the historical category in this case.
Well, that's disappointing.
Mr. Lee.
Rick Leaf, 30 Wiles Farm Road. I'm treasurer of Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation. The agreement we have with Trinity Church is that both of those buildings, the exterior appearance from Main Street will not be disturbed. The agreement we have with Habitat for Humanity is any renovations they do will be done inside the buildings and in the back of the building, but the exterior appearance from the front will not be disturbed for either building.
Do we have any other questions on Article 38? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $100,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation for the purpose of the creation of affordable housing. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 38 passes. Article 39, please.
I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $46,800 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Community Preservation Committee for debt service and expenses associated with the open space land acquisition for the fiscal year 2017.
Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Campbell.
This is the next to last payment on the amount of funds that were borrowed toward the purchase of the Green Street property, what some know as Shunder's Meadow, and is now an active green space, trails, and recreation area for the town. It's an excellent example of how we leveraged what at the time was existing conservation fund monies and CPA existing revenues and reserves and CPA new revenue, and then finally some borrowing to finish it off. This was a 5-year payment period, and this will actually be paid, as I understand it, next fiscal year. This is the second to last payment, and we ask for approval of this. Thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from Financial Planning on Article 39, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 39?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Any questions, any discussion on Article 39? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $46,800 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to Northborough Community Preservation Committee for debt service and expenses associated with the open space land acquisition for the fiscal year 2017. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those in opposition? Article 39 passes. Article 40.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $54,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues and $426,000 from the Community Preservation Fund unreserved fund for a total of $480,000 to the Northborough Department of Public Works for the creation of a town common comprising property located at 0, 39, and 45 West Main Street and shown on Assessor's Map 63 as parcels 159, 157, and 158, respectively, including the purchase of the land at 45 West Main Street to be combined with the town-owned land at 0 and 39 West Main Street for such purpose, pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 45, Section 3, as it may hereafter be amended, and any other enabling authority related to public parks and playgrounds, said town common to be managed and controlled by the Department of Public Works, to authorize the Department of Public Works to file on behalf of the town of Northborough any and all applications deemed necessary for grants and or reimbursements from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts under the Land and Water Conservation Fund Act, PL 88-578, Stat 897, as amended in any other law in any way connected with the scope of this article, and to authorize the Department of Public Works to enter into all agreements and execute any and all instruments as may be necessary to accomplish said purchase.
Motion has been made and seconded.
Okay, here we go. This one's going to be fun. The notion that there might be something different in the center of town other than more buildings, more businesses, more parking lots first came to be from the creation of an ad hoc committee when the town wanted to know what would be the opinion to dispose of the town building that they took possession of at 39 West Main Street. The result of that ad hoc committee was basically a ruling to keep it alive, keep the idea alive, where we might have the option of open space instead of new buildings going up. From that point, the Community Preservation Committee began reviewing the details, and to their credit, a group of citizens, known as the Town Common Committee, stepped up and did an excellent job of bringing to light information, plans, answering questions, going through the process for the Community Preservation Committee, just as we asked, and arriving at a very workable plan to make this work and beautify our town. I'm going to back up a little to this slide. The Town Common project is proposed as 2 phases for 2 reasons, both to break up the cost and also to learn properly what we need, what the proper cost would be to actually build the park for Phase 2 that we would presumably come back to you next town meeting. Phase 1 will be $480,000 that you're voting on, and it will include the purchase of a parcel of land at 45 West Main Street. The purchase price for that will be $350,000, which was less than the appraised price of $450,000, so we're getting a bit of a discount. The amount of $480,000 will also be the cost to demolish the existing structure and clear the land, and then following, in addition, develop engineering specs for the ultimate construction of the park. The location is shown here in an overhead view, GPS view, if you will. The parcels on the outside corners, the one at 159 is the town-owned lot where the War Memorial currently exists at the corner of Monroe and West Main. The parcel on the other side is 157. That represents the 39 West Main Street building. I should say buildings. There's the old barn in the back and so on. And 158 on this picture is the parcel at 45 West Main that we would purchase as means of this article. This is what it looks like today. You've all stopped at the light in front of that great building and looked at the barn and the dead space in back of it. We now have a nice new development behind this, as well as the memorial land. And so I hope it's easy to picture what might be there. This can be a gathering place. It can be additional war memorials to honor those who serve our country. It could be a marketplace. There could be farmers markets. There could be other vendor shows. It could be part of our Apple Fest presentation. And it'll be a greenway that will encourage visiting the downtown and will encourage more business in the downtown. Here's the image of what it could look like. This, by the way, was developed by Algonquin High School students based on the dimensions and the vision of the Town Common Committee. I think they did a fantastic job. This is another view, looking elevation view, if you will. And note there would be trees on what would be the east side toward where there's currently a gas station. So I think this would end up being very nice looking. This town common, or the creation of a park, is extremely consistent with the town's master plan to provide more open space and park-like areas in town. It obviously has a lot of community support, and it's important, I'll be emphasizing this in the next few minutes, it is affordable with the CPA reserves we have, the revenues coming up in the next 2 fiscal years, and it's affordable along with every other CPA article that we're going to talk about, including the next 2. So it's very important that you know that no one article is going to impact the other. We have a plan to afford them both, and it's part of the beauty of having CPA in Northborough. So I think this is a terrific cause, and I ask all of you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations on Article 40, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. May I hear from Financial Planning, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. And may I hear from the Board of Selectmen, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Board of Selectmen unanimously recommend approval of this article.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion on Article 40, please?
I am 100 Robert Bory, 19 St. James Drive. I'm 100% against it. It's not going to have any income for the taxpayers. It's going to drain the taxpayers. It's going to kill the taxpayers. It's going to put them out in the street. You might as well put bids in there for all the homeless people you're going to have by just keep raising and raising and raising the taxes. Very proud of you.
Thank you for your opinion, sir, but this won't raise your tax one penny.
Yeah, right. It won't have income from property that could be taxed there, will it? No. And there will be maintenance there to take care of.
Yes, sir.
Kevin Carroll, 45 Osier Ave. Northborough is a colonial town. One of the few things that we lack that every other town has around us is a town common. The town common is the heart and soul of any community in New England. It's where all the events took place. World War I, they would have greeted the returning veterans or seen them go off to war and things like that. If you drove down Main Street when we first moved here, I couldn't understand where the common was. And someone said, don't have one. It was built up years ago. You now have an opportunity once in all of your lives to rectify that issue. You get a chance tonight, in the year of the 250th anniversary of this town, to vote to replace a town common, to turn the downtown green, and to make it a beautiful place that you'll be proud of for the rest of your lives. Thank you.
Hi, Marnie Frankian, 125 Howard Street. I often experience at home that my men companions in my family don't talk very much, and they've been very chatty here. So I thought I'd better ramp up here and get Ms. Frankian on board. No, I'm very excited about this. As soon as the farmers market was mentioned, I became curious about parking questions. So that would be my main question, is parking.
It's a fact there's not enough room for substantial parking in the acreage of the park itself. But there is parking in our existing Assabet Park behind it, and there's parking at some of the other spots along the neighboring roads. So while that is certainly a legitimate question, I don't think it deters or will deter anyone from coming to the town common. And maybe there'll be more walking in town. It's a start.
Mr. Hutchins.
Aaron Hutchins, Brigham Street. So, full disclosure, I was part of the ad hoc committee that looked into this matter to begin with, and I was also, I think, maybe the only dissenting vote on the ad hoc committee. And the reason that I dissented was because the existing space that's there now with the memorial on it is used once a year when we start a parade there, and then maybe on the sidewalk for the Applefest parade. We have at the Assabet Park facility a green space that is currently not very user-friendly because it's sloped, it's got a lot of trees. I would think that for very short money, we could redesign that into a lovely green space with approximately the same acreage, not having to worry about parking concerns because the parking already exists there. And we could potentially redesign parade routes so that instead of trailing off in front of the library, we could turn a right at the center of town and end at the Assabet Park. There are other ways of creating a green space other than this plan, and with respect to the green machine in front of me, you know, I appreciate green space, but I also hear the concerns of minimizing the potential economic benefits that could be had from buildings that could be used downtown. And the ad hoc committee did discover that we could, on the town-controlled parcel, control the type of building that went in so that, you know, we wouldn't get some ugly building or some unsightly business or whatever that could come into town. So for those reasons and many others, I dissented, and I recognize that I face an uphill battle with the emotional crowd here tonight, but I voiced that anyway in full disclosure.
Well, I appreciate your comments. I would argue your comments are valid, but with no disrespect to any one board or person in particular, the town hasn't done the greatest job with selecting or organizing what buildings look like on our main street. And in a free society and a democracy, you can only set up so much in zoning laws, and ultimately some will build a nice-looking building and some will not. So we've gotten to the point where we've built out quite a bit in town. I recognize every business lost is a small, tiny percentage of the tax base, but I really think the town can afford it. It's one of the great things about CPA is that we're not asking you to increase taxes to build the park, other than the surcharge you're already paying. Granted, I understand. But this is what CPA is about, and I think it's the best location. It's flat. Assabet Park is not. So I think there'd be a lot less expense here in making the comment in this spot.
Ethan Winter, 22 Gristmill Lane. In regards to Mr. Hutchins' proposal about renovating Assabet Park, which I find very interesting, I think that having the town common in the center of town specifically and not off to the side, it will help beautify the center of town itself, and also it's going to attract more people, whereas as opposed to it being at Assabet Park where it's off of 135, and if you go around to other towns in the surrounding areas, Clinton, Shrewsbury, all of their town commons are in the center of town. So having a town common in the center of town, while it's not going to be one of the biggest town commons, I think that spot is the best place for it.
My name is Mike Bashur. I live in 24 Main Street. I grew up in Northborough. I moved back here again 14 years ago. I've been back 14 years. I've seen those buildings near where the common would be that will be raised, and nothing but eyesores. No one's done anything with them in the last 14 years. Good not to have them around. Much better to have a common there and to make this town look very beautiful, and we could use that. This town does suffer. Could benefit aesthetically. We could really improve ourselves aesthetically. This is a very easy way to do it. No one's going to miss those buildings that are going to come down. No one's going to miss them. Great to put a common there in its place. And yes, we want to have it on Main Street, not on a side street, but on Main Street we want to see the common. I say yes to this.
Thank you. Peter Brockman, 11 Liberty Drive. I just want to let you know that when I first moved here, I paid 10 years ago, I paid a lot of attention to that Civil War monument that's there. And I thought, it probably does a lot of honor to the people, our forefathers who built that. I think it would do a lot of grace and value to the whole town and the history that we have to offer. So I think adding green space there and their selection and honoring that is a great idea. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Ingerslev. I live at 47 School Street, and I just wanted to go along with the earlier ideas that you had up here. I work in Westford, Massachusetts. I grew up there too, and they have a really beautiful triangle in the center of town, and that's where all the kids go for their prom pictures. The day of the prom, the entire senior class shows up. That's where Strawberry Festival happens. That's where the heart and soul of the community there is, and I just think it would be fabulous to, on Main Street, see kids hanging out or see the vendors and have a farmer's market. Westford has one on Tuesdays. It's great, and I just think that all of these things are realities that we could have here and make our whole town better. We don't need another gas station. We don't need another pharmacy. We don't need another bank, but we do need a common place for all of these events to happen, for everyone to really come together.
Thank you.
My
My name's Robert Marquetta. I live at 93 Washburn Street. And I just want to agree with the fact that we don't need another bank, another gas station. However, I do want to bring your attention to the fact that that is a war memorial. I'm a 24-year veteran. I'm retired from the Army. And, you know, if we're going to use that space, and I don't oppose the town common, but I want you to think about what its use is going to be. There's talk about putting another memorial next to it. Well, if that's the case, then I would argue against using it for farmers markets or kids hanging out. It's a war memorial. So just please be cognizant of the use that you're going to put into that space. I don't oppose it, but please think about what you're going to do.
There's been a motion to move the question.
Yes.
All those in favor of moving the question, please raise your cards. Those opposed? Okay. The motion to move has passed. Article 40. This is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $54,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues and $426,000 from the Community Preservation Fund unreserved fund for a total of $480,000 to the Northborough Department of Public Works for the creation of a town common comprising property located at 0, 39, and 45 West Main Street and shown on Assessor's Map 63 as parcels 159, 157, and 158, respectively, including the purchase of the land at 45 West Main Street to be combined with the town-owned land at 0 and 39 West Main Street for such purpose pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 45, Section 3, as it may hereafter be amended, and any other enabling authority related to public parks and playgrounds. Said common to be managed and controlled by the Department of Public Works, to authorize the Department of Public Works to file on behalf of the town of Northborough any and all applications deemed necessary for grants and or reimbursement from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts under the Land and Water Conservation Fund Act, Public Law 88-578 and 78 Statute 897 as amended, and any other law in any way connected with the scope of this article, and to authorize the Department of Public Works to enter into all agreements and execute any and all instruments as may be necessary to accomplish said purchase. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Article 40 passes. Article 41, please.
Hang in there, folks. Article 41, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $25,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Community Preservation Committee for expenses associated with implementation of the Community Preservation Act, including but not limited to clerical assistance, office supplies, property surveys, appraisals, attorney's fees, and other professional services, recording fees, printing, and all other necessary and proper expenses for the fiscal year 2017.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
This is our operating expense that we're allowed to ask for every year, so I ask for it again.
May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 41, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion on Article 41? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $25,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Community Preservation Committee for expenses associated with the implementation of the Community Preservation Act, including but not limited to clerical assistance, office supplies, property surveys, appraisals, attorney's fees, and other professional services, recording fees, printing, and all other necessary and proper expenses for the fiscal year 2017. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 41 passes.
Thank you.
Article 42, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $504,000 from the Community Preservation Historic Resources Reserve Fund and the sum of $196,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues and the sum of $1,700,000 to be raised by borrowing under the Community Preservation Act program pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44B, Section 11, and any other enabling authority, for a total sum of $2,400,000 for the purpose of acquiring and preserving the 6.5 acres, I think it's actually 7 acres, of land and buildings thereon located at 167 Main Street and shown on Northborough Assessor's Map 53 as Parcel 73, and 0.58 acres of land located at 0 Rear East Main Street and shown on Assessor's Map 53 as Parcel 155 for historic preservation purposes and costs relating thereto, including property maintenance, protection and insurance, and professional service costs for environmental and site assessments to determine appropriate preservation measures, and to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to issue bonds or notes of the town in connection with any such borrowing.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Well, folks, we have an opportunity tonight that is unique and unusual and urgent. There is none more urgent that we talk about tonight. White Cliffs will be demolished if we don't vote to approve saving it tonight. The current owners are already taking artifacts out of it. They've been exhausted by the process. Frankly, they've worked for the town, with the town for the last year. A buyer was not found who would both preserve the property to our liking and also keep it going. I think that the owners have done what they could, but now they're looking to move on. So the town has offered to buy it. There's a purchase and sale agreement that is in play, and we have the opportunity to buy it tonight. A yes vote will permanently protect the White Cliffs building. Whether it is used by the town, whether it is released to another operator, regardless, the building will stay up. And I emphasize again, preserving the White Cliffs by what we're going to describe to you is affordable. With the CPA funds that we have, it will not add to your taxes. And we can afford both Article 40 that you just approved for the town common, the previous articles, and this one as well. Details will follow. I want to introduce Norm Corbin of the Historic Commission for some background on the building that I think is important.
So my role here really tonight is to make sure everybody's on the same page. We all appreciate what this building has, and we make a decision based on the building and what we can do with it. So John's going to run through some slides, and I'm going to give you a little bit of history lesson. First question is, why would Daniel Wesson build a mansion, a summer mansion in the small town of Northborough? He did this because it was his wife's hometown. Daniel Wesson was part of the Smith & Wesson firearms company. He was the Wesson of Smith & Wesson. He was the engineer. He was the designer of all of their products. He met up with Horace Smith in 1856, and they started the Smith & Wesson company. 11 years later, they both were the richest, wealthiest men in the city of Springfield, Massachusetts. Mr. Wesson was a significant in American history as part of Smith & Wesson. He provided manufacturing innovation in firearms that contributed to our national defense and our security. Now, I'm going to ask John to start scrolling through some of the pictures of the building so we have an appreciation of what this building has. The main point I want to make tonight right now is this is not a derelict building. It hasn't been abandoned. It doesn't need to be condemned. This is a perfectly fine event building that was in operation less than a year and a half ago. It was in full operation. The Historical Society had an event there with about 100 to 200 people. So we'll keep that all in mind. After the deaths of his wife's parents, Daniel agreed to his wife's request, those wives always get what they want, that he will build a summer home near her childhood address. The mansion, it's one of a kind. It's a Victorian, and it's in a shingle-style architecture. It was built in 1886, and it's a masterpiece. The style was developed in New England between 1880 and the 1900s. The exterior design elements include such features as wood construction built atop first floors made of stone, porches, balconies, and very large windows, so you brought the outside into the building. The interior design elements include a prominent front lobby with a grand staircase and a fireplace, an open floor plan, formal areas off the main lobby, and raised wood paneling in the formal rooms. The millwork is exquisite. The metalworking is very detailed. Stained glass windows are common, along with elaborate fireplaces and ornate ceilings. So that's what it was built to, and as you go through these slides, you'll see that all those features still remain in the building. It does contain all these architectural details. There's a few I wanted to highlight. Well, one is European craftsmen were brought in for the construction. It was said that each room was made from a different wood from a different part of the world with furniture to match. You can't see it in the detail on some of the pictures, but if you go inside, the building is still beautiful. If you look at the millwork, if the wood in that room was made out of oak, the millwork has oak leaves carved into it. If it was maple, it's maple leaves. The detail, the amount of workmanship in this is phenomenal. So, after the deaths of the Wessons, the mansion was passed through a variety of owners. In 1953, it became owner of the Tomiolos. They opened it as a restaurant. They added a large function room in 1969. That's that large room on the rear. Again, keep in mind, this building was fully functional just 16 months ago. The current owners bought it in 1985, so they've had it for quite some time. They weren't flipping the building or anything, but clearly that they felt it was time for them to get out, and they had it till, they didn't lock the door for business till December 2014. It's a solid structure. It does need to be brought up to code. There's a lot of code requirements that have changed over the years. So how many of you have either eaten in there as a restaurant or been there as some kind of a function? Can I show of hands? This could be the last time we take a look inside. It's great to see the hands. We want to have this experiences again. There are many examples of historic buildings that have been revived to provide both cultural and economic enhancements to a surrounding community. Right now, the big buzzword in the last few years is adaptive reuse. That's what you do with these old mansions. Well, guess what? White Cliffs did adaptive reuse in the 1940s. They took a mansion, made it into a restaurant, built a function room on the back side. It's been 70 years where this has been adaptive reuse. Our goal here is to keep that tradition going. A few examples that we have in the local area of these types of properties that have been very successful is the Asa Waters Mansion in Millbury. It's for weddings, functions, meetings, cultural events. This picture here is of, in Whitensville, it's the Victorian. It's primarily for, it's used for a cultural center with arts. If you go online, you can see they have all kinds of events there all the time. Someone explained to me just recently about the Village Hall in Framingham, which is another old facility that Framingham rents out, which is owned by the town of Framingham, and it's for weddings and family functions, businesses, hospitalities. So the whole purpose of the slideshow was just to make sure we all knew what the building looked like, what it looks like now, so we can get a good appreciation of what this has to offer. Thank you.
Wonderful job, Norm. You're an expert. Just building on what Norm has been telling you, this building is really a part of Northborough's culture, just as the other iconic features in Northborough are. And it speaks to what we do with the Community Preservation Act. It gives us the opportunity to enhance our town with both new and old. I want to give you some details and go over what our plan is. The property would be purchased for $1,750,000. This is supported by an appraisal that was just done with the highest use at $1,830,000. The town cannot buy for more than an appraised value, so we are getting a fair price for the purchase of the property and the building. Again, the building and the 7 acres of land. What we're really doing is investing in the permanent preservation restriction on the property. so that no matter who uses it in the future, whether it's even resold, the preservation restriction will go with it. So we can count on that property maintaining as both historic site and as open space. The additional $650,000 in the Warren article is part of our plan to cover the carrying cost, professional services, and so on that we will need to help the town assess over the next year and coming years how best to use the building, what is necessary to bring it up to code, and further to that, which partners we might work with that can put the facility back in operation again in the great way that it once was and can be again. The purchase gives the town control. It gives us options. We have none if we vote no tonight. The building will be demolished. The owners have made that clear. I've said it 4 or 5 times now. It's affordable with the CPA in Northborough. It will not be added to your property tax. It will not be added to your other taxes. It's affordable by the reserves we already have and the means of borrowing against future CPA revenue. It's important you understand how the numbers work for everything you've voted so far. The first 7 articles were covered by $713,000, reserves we already had, plus a portion of this year's new revenue. The White Cliffs project will be covered by $700,000 in existing reserves, part of it the historic reserve fund, part of it our so-called unreserved fund, which is those reserves that weren't dedicated to a specific purpose yet, and part of it by a $1,700,000 bond that will be paid through future CPA revenue. If we bond it out to 20 years, which is common in large projects, it would only consume about 20% of our year-over-year revenue. That leaves $400,000 or more for the other projects that we'd like to pursue, including Phase 2 of the town common that you just voted for, that we heard about earlier. So none of that's in jeopardy. It will not restrict our ability to pursue other CPA projects in the future. They might include some of the historic renovations on the building, the White Cliffs building. They might include other historic renovation programs, or they might be ongoing efforts such as affordable housing and open space that we've done so far. We have other reserves already voted by the citizens for open space, about $700,000 in the conservation fund currently, and we have about $600,000 in play with our Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation. So the numbers do work. It sounds like a lot, but we can make it happen. The question for you is, do you really want to see it demolished? And while it does sound expensive, I ask you to think about not how tough it could be, but what it could be. There are possibilities. To me, it could be an alternative to waiting in line at Romaine's or your local restaurant here in town. It could be an alternative to driving to Worcester to have a good night out to eat. I see our own school children and citizens being to tour it as a historic place. It could be a function hall that brings people into town and actually increases revenue. It can be economically viable again for the town and culturally enhancing to the town. So it's important to look out there at what could be and not just think of it as dollars and cents. The beauty of the CPA in Northborough is that we can do everything we voted on tonight. We can afford this as well. And yet, if you look at it in the big picture, some of you might not be big fans of historical preservation. I understand that. But as part of the overall picture of community preservation that we can do with CPA, we might preserve open space. Maybe you're more of a trails person. Maybe you're more interested in the affordability and diversity of Northborough. We can do that too. Maybe you're interested in the facilities that we're able to support, the schools, the senior center, athletic fields, and so on. The good thing about Northborough is we can do it all, and CPA is the vehicle by which we can afford to save White Cliffs. So again, it's a choice. It's a yes vote, or it'll be demolished. I hope that you can see your way to voting yes for this tonight.
Thank you. Now hear from Financial Planning on Article 42, please.
Mr. Moderator, typically when we do our work throughout the year, we have a presentation and it's months ahead of time, and we have all kinds of information we use to make our decisions. This one was a little different. It's been a last-minute type of thing. So we did take a vote tonight just before town meeting, and for the first time, you're going to hear me say it was not unanimous. We had 3 votes. We had 3 votes for it and 2 votes against it. So we felt it was our duty to make a recommendation to you people tonight. I don't feel it helps you very much because we're pretty much split on it. So that's our recommendation, 3 for and 2 against.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations on Article 42, please?
Well, yeah, you can, but you're not going to hear much because we couldn't come to a decision because we didn't have, at the time it was presented to us, we did not have enough information. And at the meeting we had prior to this, we had some more information, but we still did not have enough information for us to feel that we could make an informed decision as to recommend to you. So we're not going to make a recommendation. We chose to listen to the presentations that were going to be made this evening, and then we would just individually vote how we feel. But if you want to ask any of us how we would have voted, that is your privilege to do so. But we're not going to make a committee recommendation.
May I hear from the Board of Selectmen, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Board of Selectmen did not take a vote. We wanted to hear the presentation and go from there.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, if I may.
Yes, you may.
I wanted to thank all 3 boards for the time and patience that you gave us during this very compressed process, if that's fair to say. It's true that with most articles you review during the year, and including the CPA articles, we have time to vet out all of the questions. We admit we don't have all of the answers tonight, but we did make a plan, and we asked the voters not just to approve the purchase of the building, but to invest in that plan, which is the professional services and consultation that we have been getting advice from that will help us best prepare the building. And in essence, we did not have the time to do anything but present this to the voters, because the alternative would have been a demolished building. So we felt it was our duty. We feel it is consistent with what the town invests in for community preservation. We've shown a path to afford it, and I do respect that your committees weren't able to come to complete conclusions because of the lack of that data. But I think this is a case where you do have to have a little bit of faith and a little bit of vision and trust your well-run town boards and administration to make good decisions going forward. And part of why the article is structured the way it is, so that we weren't coming back for each section of professional service at the subsequent town meetings. With this, we have a plan in place that we can move forward, and perhaps within the coming year we'll actually have a partnership to move forward and get the building operating again.
Okay, it looks like they're queuing up, so I'll start the questioning. Right over here in the blue shirt, please.
Ethan Winter, 22 Gristmill Lane. I'm sure I speak for many of us, but we've gone to the White Cliffs for functions. I had my sister and I had my bar mitzvahs there. I'm sure many of you have gone to weddings there, but it's the most beautiful building in Northborough. It has the most this building has the most character than any other building in Northborough, and I'm sure a lot of you have had many great memories, like I said, through going there through different functions. But it would be an absolute shame if the character and beauty of Northborough that is represented in White Cliffs was to be demolished. So I hope most of you would, or all of you, would vote in favor of preserving the White Cliffs Function Hall.
Right over here, please.
Thank you. Just about right up until the point when they pounded the for sale sign into the property, I was under the impression that this had already been done. You know, that it's hundreds of years old. Of course, it was already a protected building. You know, maybe the town already owned it. I had no idea that something so unique could be so at risk. And I'm pretty tired of seeing, with all due respect to people who live in subdivisions, more subdivisions coming into this town. And something like this is a chance to say, you know, here's the line that we're drawing, and we want to preserve things like this for posterity. So I would encourage all of you to vote in support of this. Thank you.
Richard Sargent, 68 School Street. I think we're being a little naive. There's a big risk in this building. The Tomiolas couldn't make a success of the restaurant. The current owners could not make a success of a restaurant. I would like to know if anybody's driven up behind the place. In 5 years, we're going to have this big white elephant in our backyard that we'll own. We'll have invested and lost $1 million in the bond we float to buy it, and it will be torn down.
Over here, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Stephen Anderson, 26 Stratton Way. Through you, Mr. Moderator, question to Mr. Campbell, and then also a comment. The historic preservation restriction that you mentioned, will that be the outside and the inside of the building? And if it's the inside of the building, will we as citizens, as taxpayers here in the town of Northborough, be guaranteed access to the inside of the building?
Yes, to
Thank
both.
you.
And when you place a historic restriction on a property, you do have some decision-making into which, if not all aspects, are protected. But all of those decisions will be done in open hearing. The citizens can participate. And certainly, when we're done, everyone will have access.
Thank you. So I understand you're saying that even if the proposal that you've got here says that you're going to place an historic restriction on the building, study it for 3 years, and at the end of the 3 years, it may be sold. It may be sold for a nonprofit, or it may be sold to a for-profit organization, which I would assume would have to use it for historic, open space, or housing use. If we sell it to a for-profit organization for housing, will we receive back the amount of money we spent buying the property? And if we sell the property at a loss to a for-profit organization for housing, how many additional years will we continue to pay on that bond?
Well, it has not been determined that a reasonable use of the building would be for housing units. Is that the specific part what you're asking?
Oh, no. I'm looking at the form you filled out, the handout. Thank you very much for the handout.
Yes, sir.
But the handout says that at the end of 3 years, a determination will be made whether or not to sell the building. And my understanding is if we're buying this through community preservation, it can only be used for 3 purposes. And I can't imagine a private company, a private for-profit corporation, buying that building for the purposes of open space.
The CPA doesn't necessarily dictate what the building is used for. In this case, it's governing whether we're able to use the money for acquisition of it, which we can because it's deemed an historic resource, and for that matter, the land around it. So that's the governance by which we're allowed to use CPA. From that point forward, if there was an operator that was not town-owned, they're able to run a for-profit business out of it that we just feel would be one possibility that would enhance the community's availability to the building and so on.
But and I apologize, Mr. Moderator, but I'm just not clear on this. From this handout, the way I'm reading this handout, I understand that you may sell, the town may end up selling the whole property with an historic preservation restriction on it to a for-profit corporation.
It's one possibility.
And under those circumstances, are we going to get back all the money we paid for it, all the money we invested into it, and all the bond payments we're going to make in the future?
You don't get it back so much as you invested in it. So it is true that part of what we're asking to vote in favor of is preserving the building, preserving the land from development into something else, preserving the culture that comes with it. So that's part of the cost. You will not get back necessarily the same dollar value if you're looking at it as, you know, a strict business enterprise in a normal way.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Moderator.
And one more thing, sir, just to your point, it's not necessarily the case that it would take 3 years entirely to either evaluate what's needed, to do what's needed, or to find the right partner. We just wanted to plan ahead for a reasonable time period so that we wouldn't have to come back to you each year and say, hey, we're still working on, you know, renovations.
Well, thank you, sir, but I know the property's been on the market for a while. I think your choice of 3 years is modest. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Bill Halter, 59 Leland Drive. I pulled up your presentation on the internet, and you quoted a purchase price of $2 million and a I'm getting tired. Fixing it up for another $2 million. I think we're going to end up with a $4 million white elephant.
We didn't quote that number for either, sir. The original listing price was $2 million.
No, it was your article, it was your presentation on White Cliffs.
Well, I can only say the quote might have been from a time when we didn't know the purchase price. We knew the listing
I'm
price.
really concerned about the rebuilding of it.
Right, and none of us quoted the rebuilding cost because we're being truthful that we don't know exactly which parts would be rebuilt, what would take at minimum to bring it up to code to occupy.
But the number you had in there was $2 million.
Well, I'm sorry, it was not my number, but I appreciate that someone speculated perhaps, but it wasn't from the people that have been studying it.
Well, I suggest you pull up your internet presentation.
I will. There's a lot on the internet. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Over here, please.
Yeah, hi, Christine Lyons on Northgate Road. I was wondering if you did have an estimate on what the renovation cost would be, in addition to the 20% of the CPA funds being used for this over the next 20 years, what were some estimates of additional CPA funds that would be used for the renovation or the ongoing maintenance? And also, if it was determined that it wasn't economically feasible to either resell or renovate and maintain the building, since we used historical preservation funds to purchase it, would we be required to kind of keep the building and maintain it legally? That, you know, I think another person asked that was concerned that it may eventually be demolished, and I was wondering if that's even would legally be an option down the road.
No, the preservation restriction would prevent that, and our plan is to keep it up and make it viable and continue to maintain it as part of the town. Whether the town is investing in that or whether another private party is leasing it and helping with that and aiding it, it is a group of possibilities that we want to keep open as opposed to demolition and no options at all. So while the answers are not specific, I can only tell you that we would spend for the bond payment, and if that's 20% of our CPA money, it satisfies the minimum requirement each year, but we have the additional resources we mentioned to work toward whatever renovation Northborough is going to contribute to on it.
So are there any estimates for the renovation or ongoing maintenance costs?
There are no clear estimates yet, no.
Thank you.
Over here, please.
Denise Sullivan, 199 Pleasant Street. Just a couple of comments. Saving this building, to me and a lot of people, are just like the most important thing out there. It is the most impressive building in the town, and to see that destroyed would just be devastating. And it's like, I think Southborough got it right when they had almost the whole town there to support saving the Burnett building, which, you know, again, was connected to some of the people that helped found the town. So I think that is incredibly important to keep, as well as the architecture alone is just phenomenal. Plus we get the 6 acres of land that goes with it instead of, like you said, throwing in a subdivision, which we don't need. The other thing I wanted to mention is if it does go to maybe a private business or consortium, it could be something like a bed and breakfast that would be incredible, or it could be a combination of a couple of different businesses, or like I've seen some very large Victorian houses that are used by a bunch of lawyers that all have lots of money, and they all have different rooms, and they have their whole businesses run out of there, and they love it. So, I mean, there's a lot of creative things that can be done with this particular place. The other thing I wanted to mention just real quickly is, I know we talked about this, or it was in one of the articles in the newspaper, with the buildings that are going to be done by Habitat for Humanity. In the article in the newspaper, I thought it was fantastic. Maybe it's through Habitat, but if we could adopt something similar, where they said that they were having people, craftsmen, tradesmen, volunteer their time and labor and materials, whether it's electricians or plumbers or craftsmen, whatever, carpenters. I would call every single one of them in town and every other town around. If they can donate some time or money, that would just be fantastic to help defray the costs. And I think they would have so much pride in working on this type of building that they could use in their own resumes. I think would maybe help out the situation.
You did a better job laying out eloquently the possibilities that there might be for the building than I did. Thank you. And you have our word that starting tomorrow, if you vote yes, we'll be pursuing every possibility, every partner, every grant we might get from state and federal resources, every way possible to bring the building to an enjoyable state for the citizens at a minimum cost to the towns.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right over here, please. Yes.
Hi, Kathleen Holland Harlow at 20 School Street, where I get to steward a historic house in the community. So this is my first town meeting. I'm a relatively new resident of Northborough. And what I've seen is my neighbor have this vision of creating a common, and there be support of that and discussion and voting for stewardship of everything from the steeple to the bridge in consideration for the history. And I think this is a really beautiful opportunity to also be good stewards of what we've inherited, to see it through to its next iteration. I am a professor at Berkeley College, and I know that when my husband and I moved to town, we were asked at First Parish to stage concerts. They have been wildly successful, some with sellouts. And so there seems to be a hunger here that I don't see closer to Boston. And I think the idea of a cultural center is intriguing and perhaps very viable. Grafton has a very alive center. And so my family and I stand with you, Mr. Campbell and Mr. Corbin, and we hope with the panels in a vote to save this building. So thank you.
Right over here, please. You, sir?
Robert Bory, 19 St. James Drive. The CPA, you have money, but you want to spend every single nickel, dime, and quarter of that money on a gamble that could wind up totally, during construction, repairing that building. You find this wrong, that wrong, this wrong, that wrong. Spend millions of dollars, and for what? Like, they've had 2 businesses there that failed. I just can't believe you people want to be the bankrupt Northborough. Very good.
Over here, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Kathleen Polanowitz, 137 Madison Road. I'm a member of the Community Preservation Committee and was a member of the Board of Selectmen for 6 years. So I am sympathetic to the plight of the boards in their inability to take a vote on this warrant article tonight. I know it's frustrating when things come to the boards at the last minute. But I don't want people in the audience to get the impression that this was a last-minute decision on the part of the Community Preservation Committee to bring it forward. The Community Preservation Committee has actually been working with the owners of White Cliffs for about 2 years, Norm in particular, and John and the rest of our committee a little bit later. And we've been working on it through some really wonderful experts that we have retained, one of whom, Albert Reck from McRosty Historic Preservationist, is here with us tonight. And so what we've gathered is some information. We had a highest and best use study commissioned by a corporation called Kirk, and they came to conclusions about what the best uses for the building would be. We shared that with the owner. We had a potential purchaser. who had, by all accounts, an excellent business plan, but what she didn't have was the capital to do the studies that we're hoping to fund through this warrant article tonight. And that seemed to be where the roadblock happened. So I disagree with the notion that the businesses that were in that building were not successful. They were there for decades. And I disagree that we won't be able to find a user for this property going forward, whether it be the municipal use or a private use. What we know from experience in the several years that we've been working with this property is that what we need to do is have these studies done so a potential user will have that information and be able to utilize that information to accomplish a successful business plan. The reason that this was not brought forward sooner as a purchase by the town is because we were working very diligently with potential purchasers and then potentially to lease it for ourselves. And when the current owners began to dismantle the building, it became clear to us that we had only one option, which was to bring it to town meeting for a vote and try to preserve the building. To me, our 250th anniversary as a community, our ball, which was beautiful by all accounts, was held outside of our community. And if you vote yes tonight, it's my hope that for our 300th anniversary, we can have our own gala in our own building and really celebrate. So I hope you'll support this warrant article.
Yes, please. Mr. Chairman, I'm Jack Sharp, 51 Cherry Street. For those for whom this is their first or second town meeting, I have the luxury of having been to about 50 of them. If you've never experienced a town meeting other than Northborough, you'd have no idea just how pleasant the last couple of hours have been. We blew through 35 articles, actually 40 articles, with virtually no discussion, with meteoric votes. And the overwhelming reason is because everyone, no matter how much it cost, the money's in the bank, there's no real issue. I've been here in this hall with much more painful town meetings when every vote, even for essential services like police and fire, was going to be an increase in your tax rate. And it's specifically also the management of some of the funds we're now talking about using. To me, I commend the people that have worked so hard to try to save White Cliffs. That's, among other favorite memories, it's the first place I had a glass of champagne, way before I was 21. But we've also, very carefully with the Historic Society, exercised all of the privileges we have in delaying any motion in the real estate market which would destroy something like this. All of those have been used and none of them have worked. And the series of articles we just went through with you, sir, to put together the common has just been impressive because everything, again, the money's in the bank, we've built up all these reserves. Now we're talking about mortgaging those reserves. And to me, that's the scariest part about this whole proposal. The people that talk about, hey, it might not work. Very true, it might not work. But more significant, the next time we want to do something to face into some of the problems we've got in the center of town, the money's going to be largely spoken for that we use tonight. And so our degree of freedom to respond to problems is going to be much more restricted. So I ask you to think very carefully about stepping out off that precipice because it's a very uncomfortable position to be in. And I intend to vote against this.
Over here, please. Oh no, Jack Sharp dropped the mic. And this wasn't even a talent show.
Never again, George.
Well, sir, in response to the first part of what you said, you're right. Things run so smoothly because the town is well run, it's fiscally strong, and we're able to afford the things that make the community a very good one in which to live, and it helps your property value and those of your children and so on and so forth. So while everything has risks, and some of the CPA articles you approved in the past had risks, but we've come through. The town takes risks in other endeavors, and they've come through. So for the most part, we succeed in this town, and I'd rather look to the positive possibilities than to the negative. So thank you anyway.
Chris Kellogg, 53 Moore Lane, Vice Chairman of the committee, Preservation Committee. I had the pleasure of returning to my hometown. I've been a resident of Northborough for 25 years, but I went back to my hometown in northern Idaho, kind of a long ways from here, but it's a town not unlike Northborough, 15, 20,000 people, but it's out in the middle of the farmland, and it has a university there, so it has a very corporal center, which makes it quite a bit different than Northborough. Northborough is a great community. I've raised my two daughters here, went through the school systems, thank you very much for a great system. But it's more of a bedroom community, and we have very few artifacts that give us a sense of history and a sense of culture in this town that I enjoyed as a kid growing up in Moscow, Idaho. And it's a bit of a shame. So we've got the arches over the Assabet. We've got a couple of farm homes and a couple of churches, but we don't have what a lot of communities have that give them a sense of cultural past that it's difficult for many people to put a value on. For some people, saving White Cliffs is just an absolute. For some people, it's a sinkhole, all right? But there is a value, and I would encourage you to consider that value. Getting back to the question about can we afford it, John has mentioned it before. This is very affordable. We're talking about mortgaging some of the future, but it leaves us with approximately 80% of the revenues each year to do good works in the future. We're not mortgaging our future to the point where this is the only thing we're doing. We're going to be able to fund the phase 2 of the town common. We are going to be able to fund future preservation projects on other community buildings that are important to us. We are going to be able to look for our open space and our recreation. We'll be able to continue doing that. So I would recommend that you consider strongly that we don't live just in the present, that we consider the past, and we look to heritage such as this and say, that's important to us. Thank you.
Over here in the aisle. Yes, please.
Mark Bashir, 24 Main Street. I just want to say that, I think a lot of business can succeed. We own it, we can lease it to people. The first business might not succeed, maybe they will. Second business, they leave, somebody else comes in, someone's going to succeed if we give it enough time. We got to think a little positive here. We got to think about our history. This is the 250th year we're commemorating. We want to commemorate 250th year history with tearing down the White Cliffs, by far and away the most impressive building in this town on the top of a hill. We want to commemorate 250th year, knocking that down because some people are worried about money. No, we want to keep it, and we will find some way, somewhere down the line, someone's going to make it succeed. It'll be a group of people, it will succeed somewhere down the line. We have to think positive. We have to think about the future in a positive way, think about the past in a positive way, and not be caught up with, it's not going to prevent us from saving anything else. And nothing else is as valuable or as beautiful as the White Cliffs anyways in this town. So please, let's think about this in a very positive way and what it means to this town. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Leslie Harrison, 28 Moore Lane. I'm on the Historic District Commission, Open Space, and Planning Board. And all three of those commissions and boards have unanimously supported this. I can say everything everybody else has said already. Speaking is not my strong point, obviously, but just take a leap of faith. Tomorrow, that wrecking ball is going to be there. If you want to drive by and see a pile of rubble instead of an investment in our future and our past, live with it. But I really implore you to think positively, think a leap of faith. Sometimes you just have to take a leap of faith, and please vote in favor.
I will take the three people that are at the microphone, and then we will be able to go forward.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I own the administrator's house as part of this Weston Estate property. I've been there for 17 years. I know what it's like and how much it costs to renovate an old house. And it's not as much of a money pit as you might consider if you don't own one. It is a one-of-a-kind property. It's history. If you're willing to let history go because you're afraid of two businesses that failed, when in fact they didn't fail. Tom Miolo's bought the property. They developed the back end of it, put probably 25 houses behind it, made their money. And the second group stayed there as long as they wanted to and didn't put anything back into the building. They were taking things out of the kitchen to put into their hotel. So it's not the building that failed. This is something that needs to stay and needs to stay for generations to come, to be able to see the structure and how architecture was done and how they put together this building, because you can never build one like this again. So I am definitely voting for it. I hope the audience will vote for it. And I have one question. The artifacts that were taken out, which I think are probably some of the stained glass and the mantles, they will be put back into the house, will they not?
They will. They're safe, and they'll be put back as part of the deal.
Okay, because it wasn't the original contract.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Over here, please.
Thank you. My name's Will Oliveira of Green Street. With all due respect to everyone speaking about this, which is not arguably, a beautiful building, when you make financial decisions based on emotion, they generally don't work out well. And I just don't see the financial or the fiscal reasoning behind purchasing this property. And you're talking about a lot of money just for purchase up front with no business plan to follow. It's like starting a $3 million business with no business plan. Nobody in this audience would do that with their own money. You wouldn't be in business very long. And I also want to note, I know Kathleen pointed it out, but you know, the town leaders aren't even taking a stance on this. I think that's very telling, and I know you have to rush the decision because of what's happening with the property, but it's a rush decision. You guys don't have all the facts, and you're asking the townspeople to vote.
Sure, you're...
Bad fiscal decision, in my opinion.
Well, it's not just a fiscal decision. That's the issue.
It's an emotional one.
It's a preservation decision.
Mr. Stone.
Doug Stone, 33 Birch Hill again. One question first. Right, no one mentioned the Artemis Ward House right up the road from us in Shrewsbury, which I believe is controlled by Harvard University. Have we looked into something like that?
We are.
Okay, but we've been 2 years or a year or two, and we've come up empty-handed so far.
Well, we didn't own it.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you had mentioned, John, that tonight the history of the CPA is that we've used about $2 million. So now we're really going to, is that correct?
No, the state has given us $2 million.
Mm-hmm. So we've matched that, right? To date, for the whole program.
Oh, it's been more than $2 million on the Northborough side.
All right, so we're overextending ourselves, as a lot of people have mentioned here. Another thing that, another program that the state had, and we're going to, this is enter into a long-term bond. Another thing that happened in the past here was that the state had a program where they matched the further education of police officers. And we voted for that, and it did work out for a number of years, but then suddenly that program disappeared. So now we're taking a chance that this program is going to continue for 20 years.
The CPA?
Yes, with the matching funds.
It's true. It's been in place 15 years. The legislature has approved increases in the funds, not decreased it during its history. So it's a good track record.
But, you know, I think this is a bittersweet decision, obviously. I mean, I love history, and I'd love to save the building, but it makes no fiscal sense. And right now, as John Codere pointed out, we're already in the top 15% of the highest taxed communities in the state. And we're going to be jumping into a black hole here. So if we could do it, hey, if we all want to do it, we can, but for people like me that have been around town for a long time, and I'm in the real estate business, it's going to impact the values of people's houses, because a lot of people are moving out of the community now because the taxes are too high. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, with the remaining two people, do you have anything that's new that hasn't been already discussed?
2 seconds. Leslie Harrison, 28 Moore Lane again. It doesn't have to make good financial sense. Historic preservation is one of the 3 pillars of Community Preservation Act. This is an investment in historic preservation and hopefully would help defray the cost for an ongoing business and increase the chances of it succeeding. The Burnett House in Southborough, they just did this. And Norm knows more about exactly the details, but they just paid $1 million for a preservation restriction, right? So we're competitive with Southborough. Southborough did it.
Yes.
And that place was falling down. Every part of it was falling down. And they still were made to
No.
put it up.
Okay, your question?
I'm going to tell you, okay? I am Patricia Milano Thayer. I grew up in this town. I was born in this town. I have never seen anything like this in my life. What is the matter with you people? You can't even want to preserve any part of the town at all? Some of you are just like, oh, it's so costly. This is going to be this is going to be that. You don't understand. There are so many people that will give to this project and will help out. And no one wants to do this. They just think that we're just not going to do a thing. I'm telling you, there will be a lot of people that will come forward to help out.
Can we sign you up?
Yes. Yes, and I've been there. Throughout it.
Okay.
Move the question.
Well, time out, time out. Mr. Amperson did ask if he could speak after this lady spoke.
Yeah.
I gave him permission to do that.
Just real quick, there was a comment made that none of the boards had formed an opinion on this. Like everybody else here, we wanted to hear the presentation. You know, we wanted to know what the facts were before making a decision. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the board, but I will tell you myself that I believe this just comes down to really a sense of value, and what do we value as a town. There's an architectural value to this building. There's a historical value, and I think above all that, there's a sentimental value. I think pretty much 95% of the people in here have gone to functions at White Cliffs. They've had proms there, they've had community events, wedding receptions. I can tell you I had my wedding reception there, along with probably 30% of the people in here. It really, to me, is, again, what do we value? Do we care enough to protect this building? The financials we've heard from John, there is CPA money available to support this. There's money that's dedicated for historic preservation. I can't think of a better use of money that's dedicated for historic preservation than to protect arguably the most historic, architecturally significant, and really one of the most beautiful buildings in town. So personally, I will support this.
How late do you guys want to go? How late do you guys want to go?
So everybody, at the beginning of this presentation, raised their hand. Whoever went to the White Cliffs and had a wedding or a reception or a party there, and everybody raised their hand. The couple comments made was, this is the 250th year celebration of Northborough, which I'm on the committee for, and would be a shame if we didn't vote yes on this. We need to preserve this. We need to step up to the plate and vote yes.
Yes, just a I
the moderator has given me permission to say, I cannot speak for my committee, but I think that I owe you my opinion, and I think we should vote for this. Because I think that the I will tell you, in all honesty, I wasn't convinced with when the legislation for the CPA came up and we had to vote, and I was this way between it. But I have to tell you, these people have done one hell of a job with the money that they have, and the way they use their money, and the way they're very careful about how they spend it. And I would, if this is something that they are behind, and this is the only way we can save that building. The purpose of this is to preserve the building. Now, we don't have to keep that building. We can sell that building, but it will carry with it the fact that they cannot touch that building. If somebody wants to buy that property, fine, but they're going to have to work around it. So that's the point, the purpose. I mean, that 1.5 surcharge that you get, that's on your property taxes. You're going to pay that whether you buy this or not, because it's on your property taxes. It's not, it doesn't go to raise your taxes. So if you do nothing, you're still going to pay a 1.5% on your property
Okay,
taxes.
thank you.
Mr. Moderator, move the question.
There's been a motion to move the question. It has been seconded. All those in favor, please raise your cards. We're voting in favor of moving the question. Those opposed? The motion to move has passed. Just to make sure we still remember what we're voting on, because that was yesterday when we started. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $504,000 and from the Community Preservation Historic Resource Reserve Fund, and the sum of $196,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues, and the sum of $1,700,000 be raised by borrowing under the Community Preservation Act program pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44B, Section 11, or any other enabling authority, for a total sum of $2,400,000 for the purpose of acquiring and preserving the approximately 6.5 acres of land and buildings thereon located at 167 Main Street and shown on Northborough Assessor's Map 53 as Parcel 73, and the approximately 0.58 acres of land located at 0 Rear East Main Street and shown on Northborough Assessor's Map 53 as Parcel 155 for historic preservation purposes and costs relating thereto, including property maintenance, protection, and insurance, and professional service costs for environmental and site assessments to determine appropriate preservation measures, and to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to issue bonds or notes of the town in connection with any such borrowing. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed? I'm going to bring the tellers out to remove all doubt. No. Your vision's better than mine, sweetheart. You can take all your cards down for right now. The tellers are all set? You're set? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your cards and keep them up.
45. 53. Please repeat the last number. I'm hearing 45, is that correct? Yes. Thank you. 71. 41. Okay, I have a correction. 49 now for the back section, is that correct?
Have the totals completed? All the yes votes, please bring your cards down. Those opposed, please raise your cards.
$13, Claire, thank you. Say that one more time. 24, thank you. 11, thank you. 19. 42, I declare that Article 42 is passed by... Thank you.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. I'm not finished. Article 42 has passed by a 2/3 vote. The numbers were 218 yes, 67 no. Okay, Article 43, reports. I have a 20-minute overview of what I'd like to talk about.
Motion to dissolve. Second.
I have a motion to dissolve. Seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Aye. Thank you all for a great meeting and everyone behaving. We'll see you soon. Take care. Goodbye now.